We'll get started in about 2 minutes, so if people could gather at the table. We're about a minute away. Good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order for this morning. I hope everybody had a nice evening. I know there were a couple of logistical glitches. I apologize for that. We're still learning a little bit as we go too. So at any rate, I welcome everyone. You're going to notice a video camera. That's our crew that are just going to be capturing some of the conversation today as we continue to document the meetings. I don't think I have anything else to say in terms of opening remarks except to turn it over to Mark Domes.
Okay, thank you, Burton. Thanks to all of you for coming back today. And again, thanks to Google for being such great hosts. So yesterday you heard from Secretary Pritzker, and she gave you a small taste for what we're trying to accomplish here. And we ended yesterday's meeting with these breakout groups, and they had different focuses: user operability, data dissemination and use, and ROI on data. And we're going to hear later this morning, the takeouts from those. What I'd like to do, though, is just spend a couple minutes providing a little more structure on what we've been trying to do at the department in terms of the data front and what our missions are and how we got to where we are. Okay, so I'd like to provide a little bit of history, a little bit about what's unique about government data, some of the challenges we're facing and how we're facing those challenges. So in terms of history, I think it's important when we think about our challenges, how did we get to where we are? And historically, you heard me mention that we started doing the census back in 1790. The first patent for soda ash was developed in 1790. So we've been in the data dissemination collection business for quite some time with our agencies. Other government entities, especially I think like local governments and other federal departments, in terms of data, sometimes they're more at the stage of releasing data that hadn't been released before. At the Department of Commerce, we're a little bit different. We have a little bit of that going on, but we're really more about improving how we deliver the data we currently have. So what's happened over time is our agencies have been in the data dissemination business for some time, but each agency has its own unique mission. Each agency has its own set of stakeholders. Each agency has its own set of capabilities. And what's happened over time then is each agency has delivered data in its own different way. So as opposed to having a unified approach to how we release data, you've had all these disparate streams. So as a result then, what has happened and what Secretary Pritzker has made very clear to us is that some of our data is easy to find, some of it isn't. It's in inconsistent formats. We have inconsistent documentation standards for our data. And we have inconsistency in the tools that we provide. We don't have this, kind of unified approach that would make our data easier to use. And so because of these inconsistencies, we have to address that, and that's why, in part, why you're here. But before I talk about how we're going about addressing those inconsistencies, I'd like to talk just a little bit about, when we're thinking about government data, what's unique about us. And to summarize that, I use the 3 C's, where we tend to be comprehensive, we tend to be very consistent, and then quality. So you have to misspell the word quality to make that the 3 C's. But in terms of comprehensiveness, if we're thinking about our climate, our population, our economy, we care about everybody, okay? So that is our mission, to provide information about our entire population, about our entire economy, about the climate and the weather all across the country. And that is a mission that we can never forego. So that is something that's unique to government. And historically, collecting data on people, the climate, the economy, is incredibly expensive if you go back a couple decades ago. And so there was never any private entity that had the wherewithal nor the incentive to do that. So looking ahead, maybe that will change a little bit. But again, it's our mission to be comprehensive. And then in terms of consistency, one real virtue of a lot of the data that we collect is that we're consistent over time. That's really important for when we're looking at trends. I'm an economist by training. We want to know how this economic recovery compares to other economic recoveries so we can better learn about how the economy works, so we can better craft policies to address the economy, for instance. Think about climate. It's really important that our data on the climate is consistent over time so we can better understand trends about what's happening in the climate. So the third C is then quality of the data. So as many of you were talking about yesterday and noted, a lot of our data is actually very good. We do a very good job of scrubbing. We have lots of experts, with that data, and that is something that we bring to the table. And one of you mentioned that, this is the age of dirty data. So there is the huge explosion of data, especially in the private sector, is arising from other sources. That may not be as good. It can be very useful, but it doesn't have the same provenance as us. So in thinking about the challenges we're facing, please keep in mind, our mission in terms of providing this comprehensive data, that we have to have very high quality data for a variety of reasons, and also consistency is important. So we can't be jumping ship all the times in terms of the data we're providing, because this time consistency is incredibly important. So then when we think about the challenges that we're facing, I think an important observation is that we've had this confluence that numeracy has increased in our society and around the world, and also the cost of accessing and using data has plummeted. Consequently, our number of users of our data has just increased exponentially. Now, it used to be the case when we had big data sets, when you got it on tapes or what other format that we had, is that we actually had a fairly small number of users. We'd go to conferences with those sets of users, and we had a really good channel of communication with those users. And sometimes we use the phrase power users. These are people who would absorb lots of our information, and we had good conversations with them. But as a result of this increased numeracy and just the number of people using our data, our channels of communication with our customer base and our potential customer base needs to be improved. And a lot of you talked about that yesterday in the breakout sessions that was discussed as well. So that's one of the big challenges we face is how do we communicate with such a vast audience? I mean, we're talking about a country of 320 million people and over 7 million businesses. And so everybody in our country is a potential user of our data, and every business in this country is a potential user of our data. There's 91,000 local governments in this country. Again, those are big users of a lot of our information. We think about all the nonprofits and educational institutions. You're talking about just a huge base. So with our limited resources, how can we have better channels of information between the users and our data? So that's one of the big challenges we face. So another challenge we face is that just data tools are changing very quickly. So a lot of the companies represented around this table have been doing just excellent jobs of developing new tools to access data, to visualize data, so people can better understand that data. In government, it's hard for us to keep up in that space. So we'd really like your thoughts on what we should be doing there. Data standards have evolved as well. So when we release data, how should we be doing that? And when it comes to data standards, one of the questions we asked you yesterday is, what do you see the future of data being? One of the reasons we were asking that is because it takes us a while to change. So we don't want to change to something that you say today, and if it takes us a couple years to get there, we don't want to be immediately obsolete. So some of you were talking about how we have to build in systems to make sure that we're adaptable, and that's a very good observation. So if you have further thoughts on that, that'd be greatly appreciated. Another challenge we face is that yesterday you saw that we have some marvelously talented people, but in your spaces, attracting your type of talent into the federal government, that's a challenge for us. And so maybe we can, in future meetings, we can talk about this issue, about how can we better tap into the talent pools that you're also tapping into, how can we have that transfer of knowledge? I think that's a very important topic. So at the Department of Commerce then, what are we doing to kind of address these big challenges that we have? Because we want to make sure that our data is distributed throughout society so that people can solve problems, make better decisions, make our country a better place. So we really did three things. First is this advisory council. So we're like, this is a space that is just changing so quickly. It's so diverse. It's expanding. So we wanted to make sure we had a diverse set of people, who are really thought leaders in the data space. So, thank you again for being here. Second, realizing that each bureau, each agency has kind of done its own thing in this data space, and then we have this, a lot of inconsistency in how data is distributed. We hired Ian and we hired Lynn to sit atop, all these agencies so we can have better coordination, so we can get more uniformity. So we thought that was an important step. Third, we wrote a strategic plan about data, and I'll talk about that just very briefly. So when we thought about the strategic plan, we had to do all these things simultaneously because of time constraints. We have about 20 months left in the administration. And the first thing that we all realized was we have to work on data delivery. So again, the inconsistency across our agencies, how we present data. The second part of the strategic plan is what should we be providing in the future? And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then third, an issue that you won't be as involved in is how can we internally use data to make government better? So we can share that with you at a future meeting. So we're going to hear a lot about data delivery today, so I'm just going to skip over that. Let me talk about this idea, though, of what we should be providing. So one of the questions we've been asking is, 10 years from now, when it comes to the data that we're providing, what's that world going to look like? And we really appreciate your thoughts on this. Again, that's why we were asking you the question yesterday of, what do you think the future of data is going to look like? So I'm an economist, so let me talk about economic data as an example. So currently, we provide a lot of data about the economy. So every month you hear about housing starts, personal income, GDP, foreign trade. We have a big, complex economy. There's about 7 million businesses. GDP is about $17, $18 trillion per year. Every month there's several $1 trillion worth of international transactions. And our economy is incredibly dynamic. So measuring changes is really hard when you have such a huge base. And the changes that we're talking about tend to be actually relatively small. So if you're talking about GDP growth of 2% or 3% in a quarter, well, okay, that's annualized, so you have to divide that by 4. So we're trying to get a very precise measure of change on this big mass, this $18 trillion economy, when you have so many businesses going up and going down, you have such big swings, what's happening in international markets, it's really challenging to measure these small changes in a very precise way. So a lot of the economic data we've been doing to do this, we've been doing for quite some time. We've changed a little bit over time, but it's, we basically mail out surveys, we get surveys back. That's kind of the business model. So if we're looking 10 years ahead, what are the challenges that we're facing and where do we want to be? So one thing that we realize is that the demand for our information is changing. So it used to be the case that having quarterly GDP or these monthly statistics was adequate for the country. But what customers tell us is they want to know what's happening to their area and what's happening in their particular industry in much more real time. So people want timelier information and they want more, especially kind of geographic or industry-specific information. So that's one of the things that we face. Also, we're facing increasing cost and uncertainty over our budgets. So the way we collect data is actually very expensive. We spend about $300 million a year collecting economic information. So that's quite a bit of change. But when we mail out these surveys to companies, we have several challenges. One is there's a number of companies who don't want to fill out these surveys anymore. So we actually have declining response rates. And that's kind of this existential risk to our business model. So what can we do to address that change? Also, what's happening is the private sector, and some of the companies represented here, are beginning to produce vast amounts of data that perhaps we could ingest. Okay? So if we're looking 10 years ahead, we want to provide more information to better meet customer needs, but we also have to perhaps change the way we do our fundamental business. So at a future meeting, we'll go into more detail about this. So there's real questions then, how do we partner with the private sector to get this information? And just as an example to kind of whet the appetite, a lot of the economy could be tracked by if you could tap into electronic payment systems. So we currently don't do that. So instead, we kind of do the survey method. So wouldn't it be great, in theory, if we could tap into the electronic payment system so we could know in real time what's happening to economic activity, and we could do that by geography and we could do that by industry. And so that's something that we're trying to do pilot test on. Another thing that we'd like to do instead, and some of you talked about this yesterday, instead of mailing out surveys, what if we could actually just kind of have direct feeds from various systems of companies? So we have to work with them. We have a couple pilot cases with universities on this. We've talked to a couple companies about this as well. So again, we'd have real-time, information, and from the company's perspective, they don't have to fill out a form. It's low cost to them. You have the initial setup cost, but then we'd be getting this information, and then we can aggregate it, and then perhaps we could even produce customized products back to the companies who are providing the information. So, we always have to worry about confidentiality and disclosure issues, but nonetheless, is there something we can give back to our customers so they'd be willing to do this? So I think this third part of this part of the strategic plan, we're really beginning to think about what's the world going to look like 10 years from now from a data perspective. The world could actually be quite different. So if you could help us think about these issues and give us advice on how to get to this space, that would be greatly appreciated. So in a nutshell then, that's the strategic plan, is we have to do a better job of delivering our data, which we'll be talking a lot about today, and then also looking ahead, especially in the space where the world is just so dynamic, how do we get there? And how could you help us get there? That would be greatly appreciated. So in terms of going ahead, the next presentation is going to be by Ian and Lynn, and they're going to talk about what they're doing specifically.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I'm going to shift to the podium here. I don't know, John, do we have the slides turned up? So let's have some fun with this. Okay, it sounds like this is on. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming back. I hope for those that joined the events yesterday evening, I hope it was a fun time. And of course, like all good data geeks, I'm glad to see that the arguments about the future continued, even over appetizers. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about our plan. It may seem a little chicken before the egg in terms of, well, what what do you think we should be doing, but this is what we're planning. Well, we're not going completely blind, and we wanted to find a way to really share some of our initial thoughts about what we should be doing from the perspective of the strategic department level data plan, executing on the strategy that Mark was talking about. So let me spend just a little bit of time to talk about that, and then we can build on this roadmap, hopefully with your fantastic input, to see what we should be doing better. So again, we've not been completely blind, and with a lot of the great work that Lynn has been doing before I joined the Department of Commerce, and in my roughly 6 weeks with the department, I've done my best to go on a listening tour, to talk to the customers out in our, we'll say, field offices and out in the different cities and businesses, but also within government offices themselves. And I've heard a few things. I've heard that people are very reliant upon some of our information, as of course we've talked about, but they have a few suggestions about what we should be doing better. So here are some of the things I've heard. I've heard that our customers want our information to be easily found and consumed. I've heard that there is basically the classic level of expectation for better customer service. There are certain expectations about data delivery that are different from government than, say, the private sector. So, for example, those of you that have a product roadmap in your company, you expect certain things to be shipped by a certain time. Some of our bureaus don't really do that. We have data products, maybe data services, just government services, but that expectation for when am I going to get something, think about, for any of you that may have an iPhone, there's not an accidental release of an iPhone on a random website without any marketing. But in general, the government, for our data products, we don't really market or advertise in the same way. And so there's perhaps a disconnect in terms of the expectation from our customers for what they should be receiving at a certain time. It's interesting also, of course, not just with this council. I think a question came up yesterday. Is this the only data council? Is this the first? Well, yeah. And the other federal agencies are looking to us for leadership in this area. Whether we like it or not, this is actually an opportunity to drive a major portion of the data operations for the entire federal government. And of course, none of this can be possible unless there is a rigorous and vigilant protection of privacy, confidentiality, and security. So this is where our customers want us to be, with or without us. Some of these expectations are already set, but I think that there is, as we've talked about here, an evolving role in which we could improve on these expectations. So Mark talked about our strategic plan. I think actually the picture in the upper right-hand corner was taken from our secretary at Jack's conference last year. So I didn't know that until after I put this together, just complete coincidence. But yeah, we have a plan. Our executive came in, saw that there was a lack of cohesive strategies around the pillars of our operations, and she spelled out 5 of them. Number 4 is data, literally. And these are the actual words from the strategic plan. This is a brochure that is on just about every office and every floor of the Department of Commerce and all the different field offices as well. People know that this is our thing. And these are the words that are used to provide leadership at the highest levels for how the department should execute on the overall vision. And it's a lot of the things that we've been talking about. It's about improving data dissemination. It's improving the quality of services. It's collaborating with the business community. Thank you again for being here. So in my listening tour, I started seeing some themes. I saw some common needs within the different bureaus. Now, of course, as Mark mentioned, there's extraordinary diversity. So to be able to say, oh, there's one plan that's going to rule them all. This is the magic app, the killer mobile app that's going to save America. It's not going to happen, right? There's some level of diversity within the bureaus that leads to this requirement that we take a federated, multifaceted approach to enabling all of the bureaus to better accomplish their goals in some form of a service model. And these are some of the things I saw. This is also my personal perspective as the way, in general, the data sector tends to work. And I think it reflects some of your personal experiences. So I don't know if any of you took navigation systems to get here this morning, but I'll just use a mobile navigation app as an example. You go, okay, what's the address of that one Google office? Okay, 25 Massachusetts Avenue. Okay, I'm at this hotel. How do I get there? Okay, well, I'm going to open up something. Oh, it looks like I'm 25 minutes away. Well, it's kind of cold this morning, so I'm not going to walk. I'll probably take a cab. You're looking for information. You're interacting with that data. That data is driving a decision, and that decision is forcing you to take a certain action, right? So we do this in our own lives. I'd say that the data services from the Department of Commerce reflect that in a similar fashion with certain products. We have data discovery tools and opportunities, data use and interoperability opportunities and tools, and we also have what I'll call data insights loosely described as big data opportunities. And in my mind, there are common trends where there's some operational asks, basically people saying, hey, can you help me with this? And in the discovery area, it's things like search engine optimization and user experience and metadata so people can actually find the information and answers to their questions when we have them, when we have that information available. On the data use, a lot of work right now on standards. ETL is hard for the non-tech folks. Extract, transform, load, cleansing data is a major deal and is something that, in general, is an opportunity for improvement at the department. And of course, from data insights, of course, all the press and good words about big data futures, I'd say this is another way in which the department is looking to bring some of the tools from the private sector inside our own operations. And so here's our hierarchy. So imagine this is kind of a pyramid. At the top, we have the strategic pillar. The next level, we have these common needs, these common operations. The next level below that, we have a few work streams. This is your tax dollars at work. This is what we're actually doing. And I won't dive into the tactics here because it's a bit of plumbing, I'll say. But these work streams are the types of things that Lynn and I are doing every day. We're working on a central data platform. We're working on delivering against specific, I'll call them initiatives, workforce development, improving trade. There were some great conversations yesterday in the breakout groups about topics, income inequality, housing. These are initiatives that are in many ways already being deployed, and we are supporting in many cases with other federal agencies to improve upon these areas. Expanding our engagement. Better performance dashboards. It's not just the data, it's the accountability. How do we use that information to drive operational decisions? Are we delivering on our policy objectives? And an example, projects, this is kind of the lowest level of the pyramid, however you say it, things like an enterprise inventory. Do we know how many data sets we have? So I'll be transparent about one aspect of our own ability to count our own information. So Mark talked a little bit about how we are a different type of department. Some departments are struggling just to get information out. Within the Department of Commerce, we've been publishing for a while, but we have a hard time finding what we've published. And it depends how you count it, there are thousands of people with the authority to publish information on an HTTP something. And on the official, currently, Department of Commerce Enterprise Inventory, there are 385 data sets with clear metadata. But if you do a fun search for domain census.gov, file type PDF, you'll find roughly 1.4 million PDF files on just that one domain. And by the way, the Department of Commerce has about 725 domains. This is going to get complicated real quick. And this is not even the 20 to 30 to 40 terabytes per day coming out of NOAA. This is just PDF files and Excel files and CSVs and things that you're kind of used to seeing. And then we're already in the millions versus, say, the roughly 40,000 data sets discoverable through data.gov and the roughly 385 that we say are complete, right? So it's a different skill. There's a lot of room for us to improve upon our own understanding of the information that's already being shared. So I'll close here with just some recent wins. We've talked about some of, well, you all heard some of the great Ignite talks yesterday with very specific examples from motivated and honest, sincere public servants about the work that they're doing. I'll just highlight a few more. So how many of you have heard about analytics.usa.gov? Seen that a little bit? All right, the data geeks in the room, the two people on the right that helped work on it, they know about it. So we basically deployed a massive Google Analytics thing. We've entered a bit of code in just about all federal government websites and have a count now. And for those of you with laptops, please feel free to check it out, analytics.usa.gov. We have a count in the classic web metric style of how many people are using federal government websites. What's fun about this is that we're able to see basically how the websites stack up. And apparently, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration are dominating website interactions with customers. It's just another scale. It's just way off the charts in terms of serving our customers. Now, that's not the only method of counting customer engagement, but it's an interesting data set. We can actually prove it now. And by the way, it's because it is across just about all federal government websites, it provides a really interesting we'll say temperature check in terms of user engagement, user activity, platform engagement, how much is mobile, certain geographies, the classic look of regions of IP address engagement. Is it just the DC thing? Are we actually serving all of the country or the world, right? These are the types of questions that can be answered with just a little bit of additional data. And lo and behold, the Department of Commerce is leading a major portion of that. We saw yesterday the great presentation from Jeannie at Census about how they can improve their outreach operations to make sure that the right questions are going to the right people. Currently, from NIST, I'm going to get this wrong. David, National Institute of Standards and Technology? Yes, okay. Clearly I'm new to the team. NIST right now has a big data interoperability framework that is open for public comment. So as we develop these standards, right now there's a period for you to, just like in this format, contribute directly to the definition of how we should be operating within the federal government. NIST has a program right now to provide that same thing. How could the industry and the government, private sector, nonprofits, academics work more and more efficiently in big data to act in a responsible manner and to help the entire sector grow? That's open for a few more weeks, by the way. We launched a new data catalog, data.commerce.gov. It's an improvement on the last one. As I mentioned before, in terms of our comprehensiveness, there's still a lot more for us to do, but we are already making some quick sprints, some quick turns, trying to improve our products to help people. We have a new customer service tool. If people have complaints about how the data is working, we now have a Get Help button through data.gov in coordination with some of the great work that I'll call out to some of my colleagues, so Phil Ashlock, Rebecca Williams over here. They allowed us to have a better way of actually engaging with our customers. If people have some concerns about the quality of certain data products, we now have not just a way to ask them that question, but we can also track the responses and actually call them back or email them back or whatever they want to say, hey, we fixed it for you. Basic feedback. That's a reward that we get. I think someone mentioned yesterday. It's a reward we get when people want to give us feedback. As good customer service stewards, we have the obligation to respond to them and give them what they're asking for. I'll go through a few more. I can completely geek out on some of these success stories. We finally have something on GitHub. Took us long enough, but we have our first post. We're on there. Please feel free to contribute, and there'll be more to follow. But these are the types of integration of tools that you all are used to, and we're catching up. I'll just say one last one here at the bottom. So recently there was a terrible tragedy, a terrible incident of a tornado in Rochelle, Illinois. There was a few folks that unfortunately, well, it was a grim incident. Thankfully, it was not as grim as it could have been because the National Weather Service enabled a 27-minute warning to the folks in that city that the tornado was going to hit, and there was 27 minutes for people to respond. Apparently, there was a very similar incident some time ago, a few years back. The warning was only 5 minutes, 27 minutes to 5 minutes. And I don't know if you all are family people or how far you can drive or how fast you can run in 20 minutes, but that's a lot of time to save lives, and it's empowered by better data. Information was provided to these residents, allowed more people to seek shelter, to seek a safe environment, to seek safe ground, and that is entirely empowered by government information. So this is literally an example where better data saved lives. Improved data can save more. This is part of the daily operations of the Department of Commerce, and we feel it's an obligation, of course, to improve upon them. So that's what we're working on. That's all I wanted to share, and I'll come back here just to hang out and field any questions, comments, concerns from you about how this plan has shaped up so far. I'll give one more contextual preface that this all was built before talking to you all. So I hope that this plan changes. I'm really excited on Monday morning to come back to this PowerPoint and make changes to it based on the input and information that we're going to receive today. But I wanted to at least be, of course, transparent as to what we've been working on to help frame some of the recommendations that may be coming later this morning. All right, so any comments, questions, or concerns? Any thoughts? All looks good? Probably a few things I missed. Yeah, yes, Dana.
Listening to you over the last 2 days, one of the things that's clear is that there's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of possibilities. You guys already are imagining different things. My guess is your biggest barrier is bureaucracy and resources. And I think one of the things I'm struggling with is to what degree are we able to help you with those puzzles, versus the technical puzzles that many of us are much more savvy at solving. Because in some ways, yes, there's some modernization, yes, there's some needs to sort of, use new tools, but it feels like that's actually less of your challenge than bureaucracy and resources.
It's a powerful question. I'm going to actually defer to Lynn a little bit on this one to start, and then maybe I'll tap in afterwards.
I get all the easy ones. I think you're right, and actually, I think this came up a lot in the conversations that we all had yesterday, both in the roundtable and I suspect in the breakouts as well. So, resources are always a constraint, and we don't anticipate that that's going to change. So I think we actually need to flip that question on its head a little bit and kind of ask ourselves and ask you, given that our resources are unlikely to grow, what is our best value add as the federal government? So there was a lot of conversation yesterday, both at the table and certainly in our breakout session, about, are there ways that we can, and NOAA is a great example, right? Are there alternate ways that we can release our information to at least get it out there more effectively? Can we do it within our constraints in a more raw and more real-time way so that the technology innovators can use it to build new products from them? Really, what is the federal government role within those constraints of resources? Bureaucracy, it's an interesting challenge, and I'm grateful that I had a chance to talk to Chris a little bit yesterday because many of you, I know people, when you hear bureaucracy, you think federal government, you think government systems. You all operate in very large enterprises yourselves. And I would imagine that you all have some processes and some bureaucracy in your own organizations that can stand in your way. You have tackled them in a different way. So I think that we actually could have a very fruitful bureaucracy conversation. I think one of the biggest challenges that we face, and Mark alluded to this a little bit, is for a very long time, for many of our agencies other than Census and PTO, data has been a byproduct of our central mission. So data is something that we happen to produce on our way to doing better weather forecasts or on our way to issuing patents. So we're still relatively new to this notion of data as being core to our mission. I think it's really within the past couple of years. So some of it is it's not the bureaucracy, it's more how do we kind of bring our folks along to this notion of data is not just something that happens along the way, it's something that we need to think about very much as an asset. So I think we have some, I wouldn't call them bureaucratic challenges, I'd call them more cultural challenges. And we had some really great conversation yesterday. How do we incentivize our folks? How do we reward releasing data? It's a little hard to do right now. But what is really, operating in those constraints, how do we get information out for you all to work off of it? And I'm talking about academics, researchers, scientists, the public, hackers, technology companies, recognizing that that might be the most effective thing that we can do.
I'll also add a little bit to that. We're not going to change human nature by recommendations that come out today, but this is a powerful group. And I don't know if you recognize the influence that you have on our department, but it's pretty big. And although generally speaking, can I, recommendation, Congress shall pass a new law in 48 hours that says so-and-so, well, that's unlikely. But there's actually a middle ground above what we could achieve on our own. That frankly, if you all say that we should really, really do something, we're more likely to do it because you told us. So even some of those bureaucratic challenges are actually, there's some currency at this table that we could use because of your, if you choose to use it, frankly. Colin, please.
Yeah, Ian, I'm thinking about Dana's question, and I'm wondering, in the enterprise, we have a similar thing in large enterprises, right? There may be things that you're doing across the 5 departments that we saw that are common. Mm-hmm. So there may be a shared service we extract, and so not rebuild every single time, thus freeing up people to do other things. Then if I look at your department and I go across the other departments across all of the federal government, there may be things they're doing in common. There may be open source things you can reach out to. So I think there may be a way here to actually look at it differently based upon a map you create, use things that are already done, not do things 3 or 4 times, and get back at that point of getting some resources free to make the changes. So there may be things here we can do, and then figure out how we help ourselves.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point. I don't know, Mark, if you wanted to respond to that, or you seem enthusiastically agreeing. Okay.
I'm agreeing.
Yeah.
I would flag, we did call out our colleagues here from GSA, and that is a model that GSA is really starting to implement across government, and so the analytics.gov is a really great example of that. And then we've got some common work that's happening at our United States Digital Service, looking at challenges that we face with IT procurement. So we're starting to try to do that. It's a great point. We can easily do it more, and I think literally every time Ian, Mark, and I sit in a meeting, with even the same group of people around the table, something new emerges from one of our bureaus that the other bureaus didn't know about. So it's a huge struggle that we're facing, both within the department and across the federal government. We're starting to tackle it, but I think we could really use some advice on how to do it better.
Bill.
Yeah, I know we're only seeing the surface of this, but there's a sense from what I see here that you view this as a one-step process between you and the end users, that you're getting information out to the final users of the data. And there's this notion of intermediaries who can amplify what you're doing that I didn't see here. Maybe it's in the plan, but it's a huge bit of leverage that can take what you all are doing and amplify it 1,000 times in terms of access to the real end users.
No, that's great feedback, and I apologize for not communicating accurately. I think part of the struggle to understand our customers becomes so overwhelming that we just, and even the way I talk about it, I just unify it with one capital letter C. That'd be your fourth C maybe for the future Mark Dohm speech. And I just say customers as if it's one endpoint, but I completely agree. This one slide, I believe that data exists in an ecosystem, that there is raw fuel that is generated. It has to be liberated as another step, which is generally very hard, but it has to be then consumed by usually an intermediary. I mean, you can't eat data. You can't drink data. You can't pour data on a wound to heal it. It doesn't work that way. There's always the intermediate points and refining of the information at every step. Usually through some form of a product or service. I will give a historic example. Sometimes there's raw data from the history of the census. This is kind of a grim example, but it's a powerful one. Just the raw data, just numbers of slaves in America was a powerful data point. One number, one string of numbers, was enough to influence the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, rarely does something like that actually happen. Usually it's some form of transformation that's required. And so I completely agree with you. And I think, I know with our own tracking of who's using our information today, early calls from our API tokens, some good metrics as to who's pulling information from our websites, it is not, our archetypal user persona of the grandfather or the young teenager trying to answer a question. It's usually a company who's taking this stuff and saying, oh, okay, now I can actually transform it into something that's actually going to help people. I believe that intermediary part is a responsibility of ours. We'll say kind of the next stage usually in the information ecosystem, but it also, to some of the conversations yesterday about return on investment, makes it very hard to calculate the impact and output. What's the result? How many jobs are we creating? How many people are healthier? How easy it is to travel to other planets? These are kind of interesting questions that you can't count directly, but that's part of the challenge because we have to rely on intermediaries, but also understand that downstream actor. Sorry, I think I lost track a little bit. Steve?
Comments. One is a parochial one about metadata, because the NIST comment. There are industry standards groups that are looking at open data standards, like my team in W3C, I'm a co-chair for an open data standards group, and we're looking at best practices in publishing and in vocabularies and data quality and comparability. And if you guys are thinking about, I know that NIST has amazing technical resources. I just would encourage you to participate in the existing industry consortiums that are working on these issues. We could use your help for sure. Would love to have you guys participate, NIST too, anybody else. And that's also, I think, the cultural issue that you mentioned, you could also partially address by allowing some of your employees to participate in many other groups, whether those are civic activist groups, hacking groups here in DC or in other parts of the country. I use that tool inside of IBM. We have the same challenges. We're nearly 400,000 people, and we have the same cultural issues. And we try to encourage our employees to go out and participate in these groups to help them learn what the rest of the world is doing. And I think that's a powerful tool for changing culture.
Absolutely, that's an excellent point. Dana?
I was thinking about two different intertwined notions. You've got actually two different kinds of companies sitting around this table. You have a lot of large companies, and I should say there's probably more companies in this, but I'm thinking about two big categories. You have large companies who are known for building infrastructure around data, right? And that's a lot of what their strength has been, in part because they're not data first. And then you have a bunch of companies that are actually data first, that are actually, we're smaller, some of them are getting larger and larger. So that's two different things, because one of the things that's happening for you is that you're not actually going to go out there and build infrastructure. You're actually pivoting to a data first model. And as a result, it's a different kind of game than a lot of these bigger companies who are infrastructure first and then figuring out their data assets on top of it. I think about it then as it connects to talent. So one of the things that's so unique about Silicon Valley compared to other sectors is that people do not stick around any of those companies for very long. They move. And that movement is a lot of how you actually get a constant rejiggering, a constant rethinking, a way of looking at the world radically differently. Now, it's a certain type of people that are attracted to that. And age matters a lot. There's a reason we see this really significantly in the 20-something crowd, which is very different than you see in the 40-something crowd. But it's also a norm where in order to actually even go up the ranks, you don't go up within one company anymore. You go up by going around. You know, you leave the company in order to come back. There's a whole set of things around this. The reason that I point this out is that there's a lot of attempts, again, data-driven, to think about how do you assess your own internal motivations and structure of your org. Who are the people that are a part of this? What do they want to get out of this job? And my guess is that you have a mix of different employees, some of which are really committed to the thing that they're doing and they really want to go on that linear path. My guess is that there are a lot of other people who really want to learn and don't feel as though the path that they're on is getting them there. How can you actually do your own internal assessments where you're moving people not just externally to get them to different activities, maybe externally to work with a partner, like one of the Commerce Department partners, but constantly getting people to start moving in order to bring in some of that flavor? Because I think a lot of it is about rethinking about how your talent, not necessarily figuring out how to get quote unquote better talent, but how to actually give your talent, which is pretty phenomenal, the ways of actually growing themselves.
Please.
So I'll confer with these guys later. I think at one of our future meetings, focusing on kind of human capital is going to be one of our big themes. And getting your ideas on that, since you're all in this space, would be incredibly helpful. I think that would really help us quite a bit.
Do you think we can just move Washington, D.C. to the Bay Area? Is that possible? Is that an option? Stan.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. One was, I guess, the various bodies within commerce that actually collect data. Is there a systematic push to have each of those groups think about alternative collection means? Like you mentioned some really interesting ideas, like using ACH system to collect things for BEA, and we periodically get inquiries in from different groups like BLS or BEA about can they use our data for certain things, which we work with them. But I'm wondering, is there a systematic push that where you want each of the groups to develop a plan for, or at least do some brainstorming? Are there alternative ways to do this, or is it really ad hoc as each of the data collection teams wants to do it? And then my second question was around compliance and monitoring of existing data efforts. Like when I think about, minimally some rough goals that I'm sure that you guys would have of trying to get more real-time data, the stuff you've done with data.gov of trying to get more digital assets in machine-readable form, trying to get more real-time. Is there, I don't know, a scorecard that you guys keep internally where you say, each of our data sets, we want to have eventually these five, these five elements to them. We want them, near real time. We want them in machine-readable form. And then you do an inventory and say, hey, this group's doing a great job. They've got all of their data sets that are this way. And then do you use that as an internal monitoring tool, or is there anything like that?
So in terms of the first question, in terms of thinking about 10 years from now, how we should be doing our jobs and how do we collect information. So right now it's very ad hoc. And so on the economic space, for instance, we have a couple different agencies that collect economic data across the government. So we've been in conversations with them. But I think we're really at this beginning stage of thinking about how could our business model really fundamentally change. Because we've been doing kind of the same thing for a lot of our data systems for decades. And so we need to do a better job of coordination. And again, I think one of the topics of our future meetings will be this one.
The other thing that I think we've thought about when we really, we often talk about being customer first, but actually really thinking about the way that our customers and our users, and I'm very intentionally using the American public as our users in this space, think about topics. We have split ourselves topically across multiple agencies. So as Mark likes to talk about, we collect a tremendous amount of information on the economy, but so does the Department of Labor. So we have split our economic data collection across 2 different departments and across multiple agencies within those departments. The workforce space is another great example of that. Trade, as you saw yesterday, is another great example of that. We have very relevant data sets that are divided across our federal government. So one of the reasons that we tackled a couple of policy-specific initiatives, the Workforce Initiative and the Trade Initiative, was to try to take that issue on, recognizing that the most useful way to deliver information to people is to deliver it to them in a way that's topically intuitive. So that's another, we're thinking both about how do we collect data and disseminate it more effectively, but how do we do it in a way that makes sense to the people that we're actually ultimately trying to reach.
And to the point about tracking and reporting, so if you do an internet search for Project Open Data dashboard, you'll see a pretty good scorecard of all the federal agencies in terms of aspects of government data that is being released by quality metadata, by use cases, by number of information resources. You can click in and see what, by a pie chart, percentage of data sets disclosed that have quality metadata versus those that don't have a phone number to call if it's broken. So there's some pretty good government-wide pictures for how well we're performing. You go down a level to the individual departments, I'm going to generally say, no, we're not doing that yet. We should. I think it's a core aspect of business operations, especially if data is a core product. But in my personal opinion, we're not really doing that yet. And I'm also inspired by some great examples. I mean, you go to places like San Francisco and Philadelphia, Edmonton, Alberta in Canada. These are cities. They have really inspiring scorecards and dashboards and we'll say public platforms to share how they're actually doing on their own data operations. And it's connected to real outcomes. It's how is transit working? Well, here's our own score of ourselves, and you click in, here's the data that backs that up. And if you have any feedback for how to improve it, well, then click here, call this head of this transportation department, come to this public meeting. There's actually some really great stuff happening at the city level that inspire me as to what can be done for the types of platforms that can be used at even the federal level. I think a lot of that is because the cities have just basically experimented more with these types of data report cards. So I look at those as for inspiration as to what can be brought into the federal government.
Are those report cards, are they used in the performance reviews of those agencies?
Unfortunately, like so many of these things, it's a yes and no. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not as well. I can speak on behalf of the Department of Commerce. There are some bureaus that are doing it very, very well, and some that I think could use some improvement there.
But there's no institutionalized incentive for them to do better at that because they're not evaluated per se on it.
Well, this is actually a great business question, and maybe this is something that we can delve into a little bit more deeply, but the teeth, in theory, comes from, and this gets into, I'm going to defer to Mark a little bit, but the mechanics of how we are budgeted and allocated and rewarded. I'll give an arbitrary example. President Obama has an executive order on open data. It's enforced by the Office of Management and Budget. So the budget part give you money. The management part, did you do what we paid you to do? In theory, there's a cycle there. If we don't act on and deliver on that executive order, OMB will be the kind of equivalent CFO or COO of a business to say, guess what? You didn't do your job. We taking your money, or hey, you did a great job. Here's a promotion, raise equivalently, right? But I think to Lynn's point about incentives, it doesn't really work that way. Or if it does, it's a super long process that is maybe disconnected from the front user. You know, if a person is actually acting on a clear mandate from the president, are they going to get promoted? Are they going to get paid more? Are they going to get? It's usually not. It's so distant that the incentive structure at the front line doesn't necessarily reflect that. And then you boil up to an operational perspective. There's not necessarily a departmental teeth in the same way that it would exist in a business to act on some of these incentives. You know, and I worked in a business. When a product line's doing great, they're selling more, they get more money, they can hire more, they can build up, and you have a direct correlation. In the government services business, generally speaking, we don't really charge for this stuff. So you don't have the same monetary, oh, I know that product line's doing great and that one's failing. So we don't have the same information or resource allocation to invest more in the stuff that's working and pull back on the stuff that's not working as well. Right? It's a little different, and perhaps it should be, because I want a fire department to exist regardless of whether it's profitable. Like we get that in public service, but how do we translate that into the core business products of giving more information to the people that really need it?
Just make the work fun.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of rewards.
Just make the work fun and recognize the people who do a good job, and people will be motivated.
Yes. Absolutely. I think there's more that can be done too. And we can talk more about the incentives, but I'm also trying to share the realistic picture to the way in which the incentives and rewards really work within a large agency like ours. Mark, do you want to clarify anything I said, or speak out of turn? Okay. we're almost at a time for this portion of the agenda. Any final comments before we get to the next exciting portion of our morning? Okay, so what's going to happen now? We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. There are, I think there's 6, let me count, 6 council members who have volunteered to share for about 10 minutes each what they see from their specific organizations, their experiences, their perspectives on the industry. These folks will go basically in the order in which they volunteered. Dana, Stephen, Stan, Bill, Kevin, and Daniel. Will share a few of their own perspectives. We have a few of them have slides, some don't. This is, of course, and Stan, I'm sorry, I didn't get to your I did ask a question. Sorry, I'm trying to think. It was Bill. Bill had another question afterwards, but just want to make sure I didn't lose that comment. Well, if you have more opportunities to contribute, and we will have that next session after we have these presentations, we're going to get to the real meat of the recommendation portion of the CDAC. So we'll have an opportunity to talk about that top 10 list. We'll talk about future meetings, the scope, what are the things that should come up. There may or may not be an election coming up this morning. Who's going to be the next co-chair, the new co-chair of the Commerce Data Advisory Council? All part of our morning session, but at this point, let's just take a quick 5-minute break, get the presenters and slide queued up on the screen, and then we'll charge ahead. All right, thanks so much.
Can I take you guys first?
Yes.
Let's get rolling again. If people could come back to the table, we'll get started again. All right, let's get ready to go. We could wrap up conversations on the periphery and come back to the table.
Good morning. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get started, and as people flow in, we will just let them catch up. So the first volunteer for a presentation this morning from deep, extraordinary expertise and experience for all those presenters will be Dana.
Good morning. So, first and foremost, you should be clear that I am a researcher, and so I'm coming at these puzzles as a researcher by asking a lot of questions. And I'm going to share some of the work that I've been thinking in terms of interpretation, because I think it's really relevant to a lot of the conversations today. The place where I'd start is to point out the fact that big data has become a fetishized concept. A concept that every problem out there can be solved right now with big data. And I would argue that big data is more of a hype and a myth than it is actually a tractable solution. And as we've talked about over and over again, we've had big data problems for a long time. We've had big data in different ways, and of course NOAA being a phenomenal example. It's important to think about big data in terms of the hype and the phenomenon because of the fact that it allows us to see what's at stake in this. When we see this, we see that the politics around big data are really about the idea that you can solve every problem, but people aren't articulating what the problems are. They're thinking that you just get data out there and that will do the work for you. And I want to argue that a lot of it has to do with the processes at the end of the cycle, really doing the interpretation and making sense of things. And what's at stake is that no matter what you look at, when you look at data, if you don't know how to ask a rigorous question, you can get all sorts of different weird answers that are meaningless. So part of the process is to know how, when you see information, to do the interpretation. And that is a whole set of rigor and a whole set of process. It involves not just collecting and cleaning, but combining the data, analyzing it for certain questions, interpreting it, and that's a whole set of methodological processes. Now, part of what's at stake for me is that in a lot of the public sector, in a lot of the private industry world, we can experiment with these things because a lot of the stakes aren't that high. But what's at stake in government is a very different game. So I want to talk some of the humor that I've come through in the process of seeing misinterpretation play out in industry. And it starts with a situation that I was on where I was on a panel and I was asked to talk about social media around marketing. And I don't know why I was there, but I was like, okay, sure. And the representative before me was from Coca-Cola, who was proudly proclaiming how beloved Coca-Cola was on all major social media. And very inappropriately, I burst out laughing on stage. Not a good way of making friends. And the moderator turned to me and said, why do you think this is so funny? And I said, I had actually noticed how disproportionately popular Coca-Cola was on all the sites. And I hate to break it to you, but that's not the Coke that people are referring to. And so I had done a lot of analysis and watching that it became an in-joke to use the brand in ways that the brand had never expected to be used. And that did not make the Coca-Cola representative too particularly happy. But part of it's this interesting moment where we take the data literally, we think it means something, and we don't actually start to question it. And that becomes the first part of the puzzle. Given that we're Google, I'll go with another sort of fun puzzle that I ran into, which is that young people are blocked from major social media when they're in school. And so Google is one of the few services that they're allowed to get access to because it's not blocked in school because of searches. And so I kept running into kids who would never use Gmail, because email, lame, but they would use Gmail during school to talk to one another. And I would look at some of the practices they were doing. I would sit down with them. And I watched this group of boys sitting there, and they'd write a message, and then they'd scroll really far down, and they'd write more text, and they'd highlight it, and they'd make it in white. And I'm like, what are you doing? And as I started to watch what they were doing, I realized that what they were doing is that they realized that the text in their emails produced the advertisements on their friends when their friends received it. And nothing is funnier if you're 15 than to get your friends to get diapers ads, right? So part of it was this way of then playing with the data in a way of making certain that you can mess with the system. It's a way in which the data gets messy. Now, a lot of this is sort of the playfulness, like the ways in which we mess up data, ways in which we see that data is really dirty. But sometimes data is a little too accurate, all right? And I'm sure most of you know the Target case. Quick rundown for those who've missed it. It was a highly publicized New York Times article where Target has been using a very old standard way of analyzing customer patterns. We know that finding somebody when they're pregnant is the most important time because they change their behaviors and their practices. Target was sending out advertisements to people that they identified as probabilistically pregnant. One of those ads went to a 16-year-old girl. Her father was outraged, called up Target and said, "How dare you?" It went up the management chain. The management chain responded, called up the father, and the father basically said, "There are things happening in my household that I didn't know about." In other words, Target had identified that this young woman was pregnant through her purchasing practices before the father knew about this. Now, the reason I point this out is that sometimes accuracy is actually the problem, right? Sometimes it's inaccuracy. That's really funny. Sometimes it becomes problematic when you're accurate. And you start to see the social consequences of moving across something because that interpretation, while really valuable for a business approach, may not actually have the ramifications in relationship to the customers that you think that they do. But sometimes those inaccuracies, or sometimes those dynamics of accurate information become a whole different problem when it becomes visible in weird ways that you didn't expect. So Mike Onaney was doing a study where he was looking at a service called Grindr. For those who aren't familiar with Grindr, it's a gay male dating app where you can find men that are in your nearby proximity. And he went to download Grindr on the Android marketplace and look at the recommendations he got of other services. For those who can't see, that says sex offender search as the first thing. Now, what's at stake here is really interesting. There's all sorts of reasons as to why this might be the next recommendation. This may be a matter of the language in the apps being very similar. This may be a matter of people downloading both apps. That's fascinating. This may be a matter of geographic proximity in terms of, we don't know. What we do know is that Mike posted this to The Atlantic, and immediately Google changed the algorithm, and we're not sure why. But what's at stake here is the way in which this does cultural work because the algorithm put together a set of combinations that has political resonance. The idea of associating gay men with sex offenders in this country is extremely fraught, right? And so this is this interesting moment. It doesn't matter whether it's accurate or not. It does cultural work in the process of interpretation on the front end. Now, people come to me because I'm really focused on privacy. I've spent a lot of time thinking about privacy. And in a technical sector, we often think that privacy is about the control of information, the control of the flow of information. We often focus on this in a legal frame as well. But I would argue that that is not how people experience or understand privacy. And I spent the last decade talking to young people and trying to make sense of how they incorporate privacy into their worlds. And I want to highlight that what young people think of as privacy and what adults actually think about privacy is not the control of information, but the control of a social situation, which is feeling as though they have a sense of how the information they put out there is going to be used, is going to be interpreted, is going to be shared, and that's how they feel as though they've achieved privacy. What's at stake in privacy is the ability to have agency or power over your situation. This is something that young people don't take for granted, right? Because it's always their parents and their business, right? And they have to deal with that as a real thing. The second is they have to understand the context that's around them. That's a really hard thing. It's something, again, we take for granted. We've learned how to maneuver across a table like this. We've learned as professionals how to perform to cameras wherever they are. But part of it is that people may be interpreting it out of that context the moment those cameras come on, and that that becomes a challenge. For a lot of young people, they're dealing with the equivalent of cameras everywhere. The other thing is the skills. It's a whole set of skills to learn how to maneuver around and to interpret situations. And people mess up. Elected officials mess up. Regular people mess up. And so young people are constantly trying to learn how to do this. I highlight this because when we think about data, especially data that has impact with regard to individuals, part of it is how that interpretation plays out. Those feelings of privacy are about their expectations of the social situation and whether or not that's shifted. Now, one of the things that I'm sort of fascinated by Commerce is that you have some of the most rigorous statisticians and thoughtful data analysts out there, right? In Census, there are people spending their lives trying to design protocols for collecting data as holistically as possible. You never see that in the industry in the same way. It's really thinking about homeless people who are normally uncounted. It's thinking about undocumented populations who are undocumented, right? Thinking about how you actually account for this. Part of why I point this out is, in NOAA, there's also, of course, thinking about storm calculations and effects. Be attentive to the amazing skills you have to do analytics. That is phenomenal, and figure out how to leverage that up. Sort of in conclusion, in order for big data to go from hype to values, there's a deep need for infrastructure, but there's also a deep need for thinking not just about technical infrastructure, but analytic infrastructure. The core ways of actually thinking of it, training people to make meaning, and being able to be the leading edge of meaning making. That's actually one of the most phenomenal assets you guys have, and I think it's one of the places where there's a relationship with industry that's really phenomenal, rather than just learning from industry. It's about being able to take that analysis and that meaning making and make the whole process much more rigorous. Thanks.
Wow, okay. Lots to follow up with there. And I have so many questions, but at the interest of time, we're going to move right ahead. Wherever you'd like. Stephen's up next. I should have mentioned this at the beginning, but I'll give the 2-minute time's up warnings to help make sure that we keep to the schedule.
Wow, that was really great. Note to self, do never come after Dana again. Yeah, I prepared some different remarks. I was thinking about doing no slides. I thought about bringing a presentation, but then I thought it'd be better to just kind of synthesize some of the things we've been talking about and maybe articulate some expectations that I have about what we can do together. And I'll start with a story about Detroit. Who's been to Detroit recently? Yeah, I was there for the first time in my life in October. You hear the stories, the city down on its luck, blah, blah, blah. You don't really know what it's like to see a city that's a shell of itself, that was once the wealthiest city in the world, that had the highest per capita income in the world, that once had 2.2 million people, that now only has 730,000. It's incredible to go through that city. They told me when I came in that it's the only city in the world that you can walk down any street and not be afraid to be hit by a car. And you think, what? Come on. What does that mean? And it's true. The middle of town is a total ghost town, not just at night, during the day, all the time. And the city owns 140,000 homes. You can buy a great home in Detroit for $25,000, but you'll pay $50,000 a year in taxes on it because the city needs tax revenue to keep afloat. It's a city that we watched slowly burn from the 1950s until today. And while I was there, I thought, how do we let that happen? What were the consequences? Who was watching? How is it that we let our shining city deteriorate so quickly? And what about all the Detroits that we have in our other cities? And how are we watching those? Because it's not just an anomaly. It doesn't just happen once. It's happening all the time. There are neighborhoods and there are communities that are dying across America, and it takes us so long to discover that death. It's always post-mortem. It's never predetermined. We never discover it in advance. And that's why I think about this. I wanted to go back to this idea that I think you echoed in your remarks earlier, Mark, about getting more data about our economy. We're still too slow. Quarterly reporting is too slow. And we have to revise all the time because we really don't know what's going on. It's sort of like the utility companies. You know, the utility companies, they don't really know how much energy you use. They estimate it. And they have to run their lines at 70% capacity, because if they ran closer to 100, it'd be too close to burn up, and they would blow up and the transformers would explode. And the same is true of our economy. We really can't tell how fast we're going. It's always, we're guessing. It's a forecast, and then we have to revise later. Well, what if we started to collect data from our businesses? Instead of asking them to financially report their information, what if we asked them to just give us the transactions? I know it sounds really communistic, crazy, okay, government stepping in, being big brother, but think about it for a moment. As I said yesterday, a decade ago, we would have never expected local government to be in the bicycle renting industry. But we have the capacity today to collect information from businesses on a weekly basis. They don't have to fill out reports. They don't have to do all this work. We could just work with the software companies that have the accounting software and get them to export transactions to us. And let the government figure out what the taxes are, what the depreciation amounts are, what the business expenses are. Let the government, in a sense, become the adjuster, the auditor, in a way. But it's more than that. It's not just about reducing the financial regulatory burden and getting more data. It's also about a transformation about the government role. I especially think about small businesses that don't have the resources to do the accounting. I think about they also don't have the resources to be strategists about their business. But that data that we collect on a weekly basis about their transactions, we can use that information on a de-identified basis to start to profile businesses in our economy, to try to figure out, oh, you know, companies your size, you see this all the time by, you know, Quicken does this and Mint does it and all these financial services do it. Companies your size, they're adding new employees, they're branching out, they're exporting to new markets. Did you know that the following states don't have a product like yours? That type of information could transform the role of government to being a coach, to being a supporter of business, to help us grow. And that's a vital, vital national interest. I think that we are talking all the time about data. All right, I'll go faster now. I had some other stuff, but I will just go one more thing. We shouldn't just think about ourselves here as a domestic organization. Data has no international border. And what we're doing here, I can tell you, is being closely watched by countries around the world, and I want it to be more closely watched. I talked to Burton about this earlier. I think we should have a meeting. Colin asked me about meeting locations. I want to urge us to consider having a meeting in October in Guadalajara, Mexico. You guys may be wondering why Guadalajara? Because in Guadalajara, Mexico, the Open Government Partnership is meeting for its global summit. Do you guys know what OGP is? I know Kevin does. OGP is the reason that the Obama administration created the executive order 1313 mandating open by default across the government, because it's part of the National Action Plan. OGP is a consortium of 65 countries around the world committed to open government and open data. I represent IBM and OGP, and I love it. It is a phenomenal organization with really committed people, leaders around the world who are focusing on open government and open data. And I think it would be an amazing leadership step for us to bring our meeting to the OGP Summit in Guadalajara, to have an open meeting to demonstrate how an open government talks about open data on the international stage. I think it's good for American business. I think it's good for the administration. I think it's good for the legacy. I think it'd be good for us. And it's a nice location.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Next up, Stan.
Okay, so, sorry. We're going to try to do this in a couple minutes, and actually, I do have slides up
Yeah,
there, but
well,
I'm
I'll
going to
bring
stay
it-
seated if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll bring the clicker over to you.
Okay. So I was just going to give a brief overview of what we do with public data at Zillow. So that should be pretty quick. So generally, I mean, we're pretty massive consumers of public data. On the left-hand side, I just listed just a partial list of some of the Census Bureau data that we use. Actually, I guess it's more broadly Commerce Department data. But obviously, the various types of American Community Survey data, CPS data, Housing Vacancy Survey, a lot of stuff around new construction, housing starts, survey of construction stuff, and of course, the census data is key. we also consume an enormous amount of data. On the right-hand column, you'll see more public record data coming in from the county levels, and that's things like county tax assessments, tax assessment files, which contain things like bedrooms and bathrooms and square footage, deed data, things like the transfer of real estate transactions, of real estate property. We consume all of that from the 3,044 counties around the U.S. Also, big consumers of things like flood maps coming in from FEMA, so we can tell people kind of whether you're in a flood zone or not. Of course, that whether you're in a flood zone or not has impact on the valuation of the house, which we're very interested in. We use a lot of BLS data for forecasting purposes of trying to understand where home values are going to go. And a bunch more that we couldn't really, so I just wanted to give you a taste for that. In terms of kind of what we do with that, most consumers are aware of kind of the front-facing side of what we do with it, which is that, if you search on Zillow for any property in the U.S., we've got 115 million of the 135 million housing units in the U.S. Represented on Zillow. For any one of those housing units, you can typically find the basic facts about them: square footage, bedrooms and bathrooms, whether it's ever been sold before and for how much, whether it's ever been listed for sale, whether it's ever been listed for rent. All of its mortgage information is all in that database, as well as all the data that then users have added to it, where they claim homes and tell us, correct all those facts. So most people are aware of, and you would see a lot of this data I described, Commerce Department data and other data, which would get bubbled up either on these pages or perhaps pages around your neighborhood or your city. So if you want to know kind of what's the demographics of your neighborhood, a lot of that is being powered by Commerce Department data, being pulled into Zillow and then manipulated in a way that tells a story for users. The other way that it gets used, though, is actually in research purposes. So we have a pretty large research group within Zillow, which most consumers don't find their way to, but a lot of economic researchers, government, industry, academia, and media folks will, which is just at zillow.com/research. And there we'll do research on things like, this is a recent analysis looking at millennial housing demand, home ownership rates over time. This data, of course, is coming from CPS data. Data on vacancy rates and impact of vacancy rates on home values. So, typical in these analyses are where we're merging some Commerce Department data with other data that we have. So the comment was made yesterday that typically it is a mashup of public government data with some private sector data that becomes really interesting, and this is a key use case of what we do. So this was vacancy data. This was data coming in from a variety of different kind of moving patterns combined with motivational survey data that we had. This is, I think, using IPUM's data, it looks like. And then something that is pretty unique, I think, about what we do in data operations is that since we consume a ton of data in from the public sector, we actually, for those of you who don't know, Zillow is a media company, so we monetize our business in terms of advertising. So we don't actually, we don't have a data business. Instead, all of the data that we aggregate, we return back out to the community. So we're really big into open source data, reciprocal data as well. So I think in our group yesterday around user operability, we talked a lot about kind of this feedback and kind of returning to the community, and we're big believers in this, where all this public record data and housing indices that we compute and rental indices and negative equity, everything that we compute and we do economic research operations on, we also provide free to the public to download as well. So, and it's used by a lot of folks now. So that's kind of what we do with data operations. And just kind of closing, I would say that, in terms of our perspective on data and what's really helpful is, we believe that the use of data is, what you do with the data is tightly coupled to the application that you're going to use it for. And we think that that application starts to craft what you do with the data very early on. So we really like raw data that's low latency, so real-time data that's very raw, machine readable, is consistent across sources and across time, has documentation. That's the kind of data we want to work with, because we know the applications and we would like to consume data and put it into our applications as soon as possible. So that's the kind of data we like, and we think that as we were talking about yesterday in our group, And this data is a byproduct. It's an externality of the operations the government's already doing. The government very rarely is in the role of just providing data for the data's sake. It's fulfillment of some mission they're already doing. And as an externality, we would just love it if they just had a very bare minimum aspect of what's required, a bare minimum set of standards about how to get that data out there, and would do so with a minimal of curation and minimal of analytics on top of that, and instead rely on other people to consume that data and perform the analytics. So that's it. Thank you.
Stan's portion. Any with the time left, anyone would like to share any questions or feedback to Stan?
Yeah, I just want to ask how, with so many different local data providers, what kind of challenges you have working with all these different providers, which I assume we're not doing things the same way.
Yeah, that's I definitely, when I said consistency across data, that was a big, what was in the back of my mind there, is that creates real problems because, the bulk of our data, I would say, particularly from a consumer's perspective, is data that comes in from counties. And there you've got more than 3,000 of those folks, and every one of them has a different data format. So there we've had to invest enormous resources into, kind of to Jack's question yesterday, technically that's publicly available, but it's, for most counties, it's not electronic, it's very hard to find. So we had to invest in the resources to go get those 3,000 different data formats, standardize them into one, and then present them. So yeah, it's non-trivial. But we do focus, going forward, there are a lot of initiatives where we want permit data or crime data, and there we are aggressively now working to kind of flip it around and say, look, we'll provide this, we want to put this data on Zillow, and can we work with some municipalities on a data standard? So we've done a bunch of work with Socrata and Kevin's team on doing this, and Code for America, where we will try to say, here's a standard that we would like to, that we think would work. Can others adopt that standard? And if you do, then it'll get shown on Zillow and any other site that wants to consume it. So we'd like to kind of turn it around and make it easier for people when they start to produce the data from the outset, they do so in a consistent way.
Okay, thank you for that. Oh, sorry, apologize.
Just to build on that, I think in tying to the conversation earlier about are there new ways that commerce should be pulling data from businesses, I think an important sort of corollary is how can commerce pull data from localities and help them with their own dissemination, because I can tell you based on my experience, and I don't know if this will reflect for you, Stan, it's very hard for us to get it out there in a standard way and that sort of thing. So I think that's where a larger scale federal effort could come into play in terms of helping to standardize the local and county data feeds, which are key indicators around economy and all of those sorts of things. So.
We find, typically in our operations, we're used to thinking about scale first. So where can we get large-scale data in a clean way, and then we'll consume it. We're increasingly finding in this space that actually the dynamics work opposite to that, where we find a couple people like San Francisco who starts to create permit data, and if they know that there's a channel by which it'll be distributed, then you can get a dynamic going where maybe only two municipalities do it originally, and normally that wouldn't be enough for us to be interested. But if we do it, then it's like if you build it, it'll come. Because then other municipalities say, holy cow, like San Francisco just got their permit data up on Zillow and all these other websites. There's a standard, let's just code to that. Because it's like when they're coding, they code to anything. They just don't, they need to get something done, so they code to 3,000 different standards to start with. If there was one already out there and they knew that it would get consumed by people, I think they'd do it.
Yeah. Wasn't there a great example on this in the transit space, where there's now a common transit standard that folks are using?
Well, GTFS is, that's a whole, well, we can talk about GTFS. I'll also briefly say, as a nod to the one member that could not join us today, so Jen Palka, founder and executive director of Code for America, has helped to pioneer, I'll call them civic data standards, like House Facts, working with a permit standard, something called Lives, which is for restaurant food inspection. I think those standards are interesting because it's not standard first, impact later. It's the kind of the app and the popularity of the app or the impact of the product led the standard to catch up. And I think that philosophy is what allowed the Google transit feed specification, later the general transit feed specification, to be so effective. But I will also, with a little nod of the time, defer to Chris, and then I'd love to be able to swing back to the other folks to give them an opportunity to share.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this also with the voter information project. You know, when we started using it for polling place location data, it was in really it was very much an academic standard, for lack of a better term, in that it wasn't used by anybody, and so it was kind of broken. And so when we actually started filling it with data and understanding how to get data out of people and saying you should use VIP, they're like, we can't because it doesn't do this and this and this. So we just changed it, and then VIP adapted as all the counties started to line around the sort of refined version of the standard. So yeah, I mean, we see this all the time. HTML5, if you talk to the people who actually write the specification in the WHAT working group, you know, they're very clear. They're like, people come to them and say, hey, I really want this to be inside HTML5. And he says, is it in a browser? And they go, oh, no, it's not. He's like, get it in a browser, then we can talk.
I think the takeaway here is that there's, I think, an action around standards in the role that we could play in the Department of Commerce versus the right partnership and the products that will inevitably come out of the business sector. I think that's something that we should return to. So, okay, with an eye on the clock, I'll turn it over to Bill at the Global Weather Corporation. And here you go.
Good morning.
There's also a handheld if you want that too, either way.
Okay, no, this will be fine. A couple caveats to start. So first of all, this topic is far bigger than what I could include in the deck this morning. And secondly, I included more words than I can possibly go through in 10 minutes. So I'm going to assume that you will be reading some of this later. But the topic really is of central importance to the work we're doing in this committee. So first of all, there's lots of it, lots of environmental data, water, weather, climate, air chemistry, lots of it that we need to incorporate. And it's really interesting data. It's dynamic, it changes, it comes and goes, has to be delivered every hour. Really interesting attributes to this data. Our experience in this community is pretty deep in terms of getting this data out to people. So I think a good lesson for what is being discussed here, and a lot of good lessons that can be drawn upon. And NOAA, of course, is really central to commerce and everything that we're talking about. Now, Kathy Sullivan, the head of NOAA, gave a talk a couple of years ago, and she talked about this concept of environmental intelligence. So it's more than data. It's taking data and transforming it into something through analytics, through other things. And so I have a question for us as a committee, and that is, where does data stop and where does intelligence start, or knowledge or information or whatever you want to call it? And I think this is a great topic for us to discuss, and we've already been touching on this. Some of the other things that I want to cover in my 10 minutes here: how do we value environmental information? Why is this important? Why are we doing this? What kind of data does NOAA use, just to make sure that we're all familiar with that? And then, what are the data-related issues that NOAA has already faced, and what lessons can we learn from those? Now, there was a very interesting study done a few years ago by Jeff Lazo at NCAR on the value of weather information. And he looked on a state-by-state basis, and what he found was that economic variability from year to year, state to state, was about 3% of the economic output of that state. Well, that's a huge amount. You probably can't read this, but the red states are 10%. And when you go to Congress and you say your state has 10% economic variability due to weather, people tend to perk up. And I'm still shocked by this. You know, in this modern society, that we're so susceptible to weather that 10% of our economic variability can be due to something that can be largely minimized through better application of information. And people have done a lot of different studies. So $1.5 billion in benefits compared to $5 billion in loss. And so, you know, every dollar you invest, of course, has a good leverage effect on the economy. So it's quite a valuable investment. And people have also looked at some of the details, like how does this benefit depend on the accuracy of the information? And that's a much tougher subject. I think there's a long ways to go there. Now, you can also look at the time value of environmental information. So this is a little different from census information or other information. So that our data in the environmental community is largely based on prediction. And it's based on timely physical modeling, not really on data mining or on statistical inference, although if you get out into climate data, you get more of that. So I put together this chart, and so the rising blue line is the value of the statistical part of what we do. The falling blue line is the value of the deterministic part, the predictions, and they cross over at about 2 weeks. So physical models allow us to predict out to kind of 2 weeks, and then beyond that, statistical modeling has great value. And so the the information actually declines in value over time and gets to some minimum and then rises. I put a question mark here because I just made this up last week. Probably need some further thinking. Two big types of data that we need to talk about. One is output data. So that's observations, but it's also model data. And a huge amount of this is model data. Also warnings and analysis, so the interpretation of that data. And then even things like plans and response advice. So it runs a very large gamut in terms of the kinds of information, the kinds of data that NOAA produces and provides to the public. But there's also input data as well. And so there's input data that includes weather station networks, satellite data, weather balloons, things like that. And there's an emerging set of input data right now. So there's a challenge within the community to start doing some of this commercially. Some is already provided commercially, but there's a challenge to do more of it commercially, particularly in the satellite arena. And so that's going to be a very interesting dynamic over the next decade in terms of publicly provided input data versus commercially provided. Now, one of the big things that we do that makes us successful in this community is we have a very robust enterprise, and that enterprise is built on three elements: public sector, private sector, academic sector. And we work very hard to make sure that these three elements interact well to do what we do. The end goal is the public good. It's not the welfare of any one of those sectors. And so we all try to remind each other of that. But there are a number of issues that come up here that are quite interesting that fold into our discussion. So this issue of commercial competing with free. It's a great benefit that we in the weather community get our source data for free. But then we have to compete against free in our pricing. Who does what? So we always talk about what part of the enterprise should be doing what particular function. One of the nice things this does is it enables startups. When your source data is free, it lowers the barrier of entry to startups. My own company is a testament to that. So all of these things are important. International context. So I'm not going to go over this in great detail. I see my time's getting low here. We are a global data set, so our predictions are global in nature. If you're going to predict the weather here, you have to know what's happening in Siberia, because that's what is going to be here in a few days. And so we see organizations crossing boundaries. We see institutional things that drive this. And even the regional information is becoming global because everybody needs those longer forecasts. We're also very focused on the public welfare because people think environmental data is a public welfare data set, particularly because of the safety issues. And so shared progress on these data sets has become the norm. Academia, public sector, private sector, we're advancing the public welfare. And part of this is the importance of authoritative sources. And so who is authoritative in protecting that welfare? This has been codified a little bit in a World Meteorological Organization resolution 40, that talks about open data. So when we say open data goes out freely, this is actually codified by international agreement. And it is both a benefit and a constraint on what NOAA does. And so we all have to deal with that. And the issue becomes particularly important when you deal with commercial data. So people putting commercial data into the system, if it goes into NOAA and then comes out to everybody, your market's gone. So there's that tension between how do you bring commercial data in and yet get it out freely. There have been several NOAA data initiatives already, and you heard about the big data initiative that was just announced. A number of challenges, and these are all quite important. We've talked about some of these already, and these are on the chart, so for further discussion. So in summary, I think NOAA does provide a great example for what we're doing, some good lessons and some lessons that are perhaps NOAA specific, and I think critical to our consideration. Thanks.
Okay, and next up, we have Kevin, founder and CEO of Socratic.
I got to put the slides up.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second.
There we go. Thank you. So, hello, I'm Kevin Merritt. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Socrata. It's not really important who we are and what we do, other than I'd like to share with you that we provide an open data solution that is white labeled by about 250 governments around the world. And we have been on this, really interesting ride where we have this position where we can observe what's going on in the open data world through the lens of now 250 different government organizations over this period of time. So I don't really want to tell you too much about Socrata other than the perspectives that I want to share with you are through the lens that these 250 different government organizations at all levels, from the largest federal agencies down to literally, Hickory, North Carolina, are all on this amazing journey, taking their data from their underlying lines of business systems and making it available to these downstream consumers. So where I would start is that from our perspective through the lens of these customers, we think that data has become the fuel that is powering the 21st century digital government, and we think it's providing enormous benefit in 4 major pillars. First is it's dramatically improving the experience that they have with the citizens that they serve. We think of this broadly as constituent empowerment. Interestingly, because we run this as a cloud-based service, we can see where the access points are coming from. It ends up that 50% of the API calls against government data are coming from inside government. This is helping them become data-driven. It's promoting enormous operational efficiency, allowing them to deliver services more cost-effectively than they have in the past, and even allowing third parties to deliver services that were previously delivered exclusively by governments themselves. And then, I think most importantly here for our discussions at the Department of Commerce, it's having enormous economic impact. You see the jobs that are created, the companies that are created, all on the back of government data. So this is a super busy diagram here, and I'm not going to walk you through it, but what I want you to do is think about below the bottom of the slide there is basically where data lives at rest in government organizations, and what they're trying to do is bring the data from the bottom up to the top of the diagram. And so there's a flow, and as the data moves up the diagram, the data becomes more valuable and it reaches a broader audience. And so it starts with just unlocking data, getting it mobilized, getting it flowing, reducing the latency of delivery. The next kind of rung on the delivery value chain is adding context to it, adding meaning to it. The third is expanding the access model of data. So how widely can you make this data be useful to the audiences that you want to reach? And then the next is, can you connect it into the network? And then finally, can you absolutely measure impact, outcomes, and results from the data that you are disseminating? And so, we have customers that are, literally 2 weeks live, like Cincinnati, and customers that are now 6 years into their journey. And they are at different levels of maturity, and they are enjoying different benefits based on where they are. So what I want to do now and kind of focus you on is this journey that they go on. In fact, it's such a long journey, we call it an odyssey. But basically what happens is they start with this idea that data is at rest. It's locked and entombed in the line of business systems that capture and create and process this data. Sometimes it's operational line of business systems, sometimes it's sensors and other devices. But basically data is being created somewhere. And what they're trying to do is improve the value of that data along 2 dimensions over time. On the horizontal axis, they're trying to improve the value of data by making it more understandable and adding meaning and context through it, by enriching it, by enhancing it, by assimilating it, by mashing it up and combining it with other data sources. And on the vertical axis, what they're trying to do is broaden the reach from initially a fairly exclusive audience of DBAs and scientists and programmers who can access that data in raw form, to ultimately as broad an audience as makes sense for the data that you want to share, sometimes actually consumers on the public web, like in the case of the folks who are using Zillow. So there's a multi-phase journey that they go through. It starts by just pulling all the data together in portals and dashboards. That's kind of table stakes. That's the foundation. Just pull it together so that people can search for it. The next phase then is starting to think about your data as a platform. And the best way to explain data as a platform is to give you an example. Medicare last year launched a new initiative called the Nursing Home Finder. If they had done this 5 years ago, what they would have done is gone out and purchased servers, purchased databases, purchased operating systems, built a large system from scratch. It would have cost millions of dollars and would have taken a long period of time, and the risk of failure would have been high. What they did now, though, is they said, we already have the data available. It's already enabled with an application programming interface. The locations of nursing homes are already geocoded. All we need to do is build a simple user interface that will allow somebody to input the parameters that they're looking for in searching for a nursing home. Do you want an urban setting? Do you want a rural setting? Do you need meals provided? Do you need oncological care? Much lower cost of delivery, much more rapid, iterative way of delivering a solution. So the next phase is basically connecting your data into a connected ecosystem. And so this is like if you refer back to Stan's presentation, look at all the valuable government data sources that Zillow uses today. So if you are a federal agency, or if you're a state or a county or a city, you should be thinking about, where are the users of my data already going, and how do I get my data to them? So how do I get my restaurant inspection data into Yelp? How do I get energy efficiency data about the products people are buying onto Amazon.com and into Best Buy and other e-commerce sites? So it's connecting it into the ecosystem. And then finally, when all that data is ubiquitously available out in this connected network, what you're going to see is industries created, jobs created, companies created. You're going to see enormous intergovernmental cooperation around data. You're going to see the stature of civic developers elevate from kind of hobbyists to professionals, really profound impacts. And all of this, the conclusion is, it makes data the most valuable as people are making the small and big decisions that impact their daily lives. And you're improving the value proposition for data for all of the constituents that you serve, most importantly government employees themselves, but not to exclude entrepreneurs, developers, researchers, analysts, journalists, and yes, everyday citizens who are all benefiting from government data, even though they might not even be thinking that they are explicitly getting government data. It's just where it needs to be. So that's the journey that we see our customers on, and it's a pretty exciting one. You know, somebody gave the example yesterday, I think maybe it was you yesterday, Ian, about a movie. Really, it is just the start of the movie. The plot is just forming, and it's going to be an exciting movie to follow over the next few years.
All right. Thank you so much, Kevin. Last but not least, Dan from the Center for Data Innovation.
And I believe it was Kim who started the movie metaphor.
Oh, sorry.
Appropriate credit.
Thank you.
Great. I'll go and get started. Yeah, so I'm with the Center for Data Innovation. We're a nonprofit think tank, and we're really always looking at basically the question of how can data create a better world, more jobs, solve social problems, and how can policy play an interesting role in doing that? So we do a number of activities. What I want to talk about right now is this report that we just released earlier this year, assessing open data efforts in the G8. So there is this, I'm going to skip a lot of slides. So there's this open data charter that all the G8 countries came together. Of course, now G7, we kicked out Russia. Came together and signed in 2013, committing to 5 broad principles around open data. So releasing the open data by default, including within that you have machine-readable data, ensure high quality and quantity of data, making data usable by all. So that's looking at things like metadata, open licensing, and just general accessibility. Releasing data for improved governance as a goal, and then releasing data for innovation is also a strategic goal. So this was actually really interesting. You saw these, 8 countries come together and actually be able to sign off on these principles. It was amazing that Russia even signed on at the time. And what we want to do is say, okay, we're about a year and a half past this point. What progress has been made against these goals, and what can we learn from where the different countries are? So we did an initial ranking. And the numbers, this is all relative. This isn't an A or a B or anything like this. But we had the UK at the top, and Canada and the United States kind of tied in second. A number of the other ones right there in the middle, and then Russia at the bottom. So what I want to do is talk a little bit about what we found for the United States. So we had tied as number 2 with Canada. Where it did well, the United States we thought had the best open by default policy. It was the clearest, it was comprehensive, it really did what we wanted to. Going forward, I think one question that should be on the table in the United States is how do we actually codify this and move this from an executive order into legislation so it's not kind of up to the whim of a particular presidency, but it's really ingrained in government. We did see that the US lags the UK and Canada in terms of having open licensing. And what we meant by that specifically is not that we don't have a public domain license for this data, but that's actually not on data.gov. So if you look at particular data sets, you don't see that. Now, the good news is, since the release of our report, data.gov has been actually working on this, and they're actually in the process of solving that issue. So with that, we'll be moving up next year. We also found the US lags the UK in publishing certain key data sets. In particular here, this is, I should say publishing is also kind of collecting some of these key data sets. The UK has much more transparency on corporate data. So this is an area where we might want to think about how we can actually meet our commitments, both from the Open Government Partnership as well as the Open Data Charter. And then we found the US lags the UK and Canada in the actual commercialization of open data. And this is something that I think is important for us to think about as a group. And what I mean by that is actually funding the commercialization. The United States does do convening. We've had convening. We have a great civil society efforts. But you actually see, in the UK, for example, serious government money behind how can we actually go out and turn open data into startups. And so that's something that I think we should be thinking about. I'm going to skip through. So we do have a kind of detailed score within the report, and the report's freely available for download about how everyone ranks and why we gave them these scores. Number of data sets. We looked at a number of data points. This is obviously, number of data sets isn't a key metric, but we still want to have that comparison up there. And so I want to skip to the recommendations here. So, broadly, of course, every country had their own challenges, and so each country needs to be figuring out what it should be doing independently. But one of the big things we had here was, countries should be thinking about how they collaborate internationally, exactly to Steve's point earlier. There's this really interesting tension, I think, between competition, which we need to recognize that we are in a competitive environment around open data, with the need still for cooperation and managing this tension and figuring out how we do that well. I think a lot of local governments get that and kind of face that same challenge, but the federal government could be a leader in this space. There is still the challenge of how do we generate the political will and visibility of open data? How do we make sure that this, the ROI is proven to the stakeholders that actually fund it? How can we provide support and training to the different agencies that are actually offering open data? So how do we make open data a skill set that is part of a policymaker or a bureaucrat's training? And the last one is how do we really create better engagement with civil society? This was a problem that we saw pretty much across the board. The need to really figure out how this feedback mechanism works, how this interaction occurs. So I'll pretty much end there. I want to say that in looking at this, one of our goals is to really set up a competitive framework. So we want countries to be thinking about, why am I doing well or doing badly in this area, and what can I be doing better? And so my question to the group is, what should we actually be measuring in this area when we're trying to evaluate these countries? This was our kind of beta first run of doing this. But if we do it again, what can we actually do to assess it better? I mean, in some ways, I think this is a very bad analysis because it's looking at inputs, not outputs, right? And, but measuring those outputs is hard, and of course measuring those outputs doesn't necessarily tie to the inputs the government controls. But there is this tension. And so I just put that out there. As we think about judging how well the United States is doing, what should we actually be judging? What are the metrics we should be looking at? What should we be encouraging other countries to look at so that they can be doing this well? And I think that benefits everyone.
Okay, thank you so much.
So I had a quick question, kind of looping in the OGP work that Steve mentioned in the Open Data Charter. Because my understanding is that current charter expires after 2 years and that we're coming up on that 2 years.
There's a time frame for when things are supposed to be accomplished. So I don't know if the commitment itself expires, but the at least the timeline for what was supposed to be accomplished, that's a timeline that I think ends relatively soon.
Yep, because I know there have been some initial conversations. I know GSA is participating in these as well, and we've had Mark and Austin, his chief of staff, have had some conversations with Canada and Mexico. But just thinking about your point, Steve, about there are these international cooperative frameworks that open data is a key part of. Are there opportunities there to kind of take the work that's already been done on the G8 Open Charter? I know there's some conversations about broadening that out across OGP to include other countries, and just to kind of put a pin in that, what role would we want to play? What role could this council play in those ongoing efforts?
I'm not that close to the G8 report. I am helping a few different countries with their national action plans. Liberia, Sierra Leone, a few others. It doesn't come up. They're much more, targeted at what a specific country can do to be developing a national action plan. It's much more local than the G8 level. But I will say that there isn't enough focus on the data side in OGP. It's been one of my consistent, I wouldn't say criticisms, but I've been pushing them to focus more and more on the open data, because a lot of the frameworks at the policy level, there are politicians, heads of state, and they're all focused on the open government side, the legislation, the Freedom of Information Act requests, and the open budgeting and all the rest of it. And I think that's a key leadership role that we could play. I think this group is one of the first groups like this in the world at this level with private industry that's focusing on open data. There are other governmental groups that are focusing on it, but not including private industry and what I'll call civil society the way we are. And so I think this is unique, and that provides us a unique leadership opportunity on behalf of the United States, and for all of us in the room who are multinationals with customers around the world, it's also an opportunity to engage and demonstrate leadership with our customers around the world.
Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you for those last points. And now, what's going to come next? Well, actually, before I go to those next, I want to say thank you to all the presenters. Thank you for sharing that experience and those insights. Another round. Yeah. Clearly, one of our themes here is that there is an overwhelming amount of experience and expertise at this table, and that we can do great things together. So, what's going to happen next? We're going to take our last break of the inaugural Commerce Data Advisory Council, and here's why it's important to coffee up. Because the two most important parts of our session here are going to come up next. We're going to have the recommendation section and the open forum for public comment. In the recommendation section, we're going to accomplish the following things. We're going to share and come up with some version of a top 10 list for the things that the department and that us as a team should be doing together. We're going to figure out a co-chair or a co-chairs, and probably even propose some subcommittees or breakout groups underneath that. We're going to talk about a process to figure out the next agenda and even the dates and locations of those upcoming meetings. All of this is going to happen before we leave today. So it may feel a bit ambitious, but I think we can do it with your help. I'm going to ask for your support in accomplishing all of these things in the next couple of hours. But again, first up, we'll take a quick break, say about 10 minutes or so, and if we can please then come back to the table and we'll close out this council. All right, thank you. Good morning again. If we could start pulling folks back to the table, we will get to the last portion of the agenda.
Everybody, if we can go ahead and get started again.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. The first portion of the recommendations session we're about to have is for each leader, each volunteer from the small group breakouts that happened yesterday to report out on the, we'll say, top 3 or 5 recommendations that came out of your discussions. I don't know how all the discussions went. I was engrossed in one of them, but I was absolutely fascinated by the comments that were made, and so I'm very excited to hear and learn about the other things that were decided upon. So who are the 3 volunteers? Then Kim's one, Dan, and, oh, okay, all on the side of the table. All right. So we have quite a few note takers in the room. I'm going to try to do my best to record the top action items. For those that are following the live stream, you can go through Ian J. Kalin handle or ESA or just hashtag CDAC meeting. Oh, no need, actually, thank you. So we're going to record the actions live here on a live Hackpad document for those who want to contribute in or comment. Feel free to do so. We have a lot of activity, a surprising amount of activity on Twitter with CDAC meeting, making me realize that for the next meeting, we need to have someone just fully looking at that because there's some stuff that's been missed even in the course of these discussions. Just didn't anticipate this much activity. So again, here we got to the top action items, and then from there, we're going to talk about co-chair and the commitment to the topics for future agenda. We're going to propose some subcommittees and breakouts, and we're going to talk about the process for deciding the next date and location. All that's going to happen now. So let's start with the major takeaways. In no particular order, I'll go first to those immediately on my left. Dan's asking for more time. So how about Alan? Do you want to report out, please?
Sure. So we talked about the user operability team. So this is number 1 of the 3 breakouts. I'm going to summarize these findings thanks to Lauren, who put the summary together. Extraordinarily useful. And then I'm going to ask my fellow committee members or breakout session members to add additional things on top of it. So conversation began by talking about how, in terms of interoperating with users, about releasing the data and about essentially making raw data available immediately. We talked about some examples, some counterexamples of seeing raw data, which basically had poor content quality inside of it, and how would you build a system to be able to release the raw data but still be able to use it and then to improve its quality. So we had sort of 3 components of this proposal. So the first one was, this is all part of one thing, make the raw data available immediately, release it in a way which basically allows anyone who uses it to contribute back to its overall quality. So if they find data errors or mistakes, or they have metadata that they want to be able to add to it, be able to push it back into the overall structure. Third, establish and rigorously enforce data provenance so that you can actually look at where the data comes from, so you can peel back contributions from anyone using the data can peel back contributions from people who they don't want to pay attention to whatever contributions they made to the data set. So you sort of know on a per datum basis where that information actually came from and each of its phases through its history. We thought there might actually be, so that's the sort of high level for the first one. The second one was about leveraging private sector assets to bring data into commerce. So there are a bunch of companies, some of which are represented around this table, who are now producing substantially more data on a regular basis for a lot of different things. Not NOAA necessarily. That's a pretty high bar, but in terms of the economy, in terms of sort of whether it be job information or whatever, there are a lot of examples. It is likely in the future that more and more companies will actually be producing this kind of data and at scale. So the question is how to take advantage of those pieces of data that exist in the private sector in order to make it successful, so to make commerce successful. So one idea was to essentially propose a marketplace where those companies that actually produce this data would be asked to create aggregate reports. And you can imagine several different e-commerce companies producing what effectively is a competitive consumer price index. And that consumer price index would then be brought together by Commerce. Commerce would then have 10 consumer price indexes in addition to its own work in order to be able to take advantage of that data being collected outside. There may be, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, deeper ways to actually share data with these companies. So it may be possible to get down to a raw level of data, but a lot of companies aren't actually going to be interested in sharing every detail because it's actually competitively advantageous for them to hold that data close. So basically have Commerce take advantage of by listening to many different companies, all of whom are producing a version of a particular number in order to improve the overall quality. And the let's see, and the backside of that is kind of interesting. So let's imagine you had 10 companies all producing a form of consumer price index. It might be then possible for Commerce to focus on the last mile. Instead of focusing on the main questions of like where money is flowing, actually put all the resources that Commerce has against the places where we don't have data visibility. So you've got great data visibility among people who are using credit cards, but you have crappy data visibility among people who are using cash. So basically, Commerce focuses on the cash part, which is the last mile part, which gives you the comprehensiveness that you were talking about earlier. And you can rely more heavily on these outside sources to provide visibility into the parts which are part of the economy, which they're more likely to track. Okay.
And is there a last one?
There is.
Okay.
So sorry, I'm.
Oh, good.
Okay. So actually there are a couple more. So better.
I like it.
We're trying to fill. We're filling up, right? So
Yeah.
Commerce should incentivize better response rates to current data collection. So partially inspired by the work on by the census team about how they would actually go out and create things, go out and collect data. There's a lot of things you can learn from the private sector about collecting data, because a lot of these companies, I mean, again, many of whom are sitting around the table, we've learned a lot about people basically providing data for their own benefit, which then has a secondary benefit for everybody. So the marketing approach I thought was brilliant in terms of the way Census was actually thinking of getting in front of people. But the thing which isn't clear is what's the reward for participating in the census? So are there things that you could actually do which are about directly and instantaneously incenting people to participate in a data collection mechanism? And there are a lot of things which can be learned from the private sector on that front.
Yeah.
The final, so there's one more piece which is which I'm going to loosely call building the data muscle. So this has to do with how does the Commerce Department basically create a greater and greater, more flexible and more adaptable mechanism for dealing with data. And so we talked about several different ways in which you could possibly do that. So part of which had to do with just releasing the raw data. Part of it had to do with how could you create a system where the people inside, basically we could reduce the cost of releasing data sets, raw data sets. We could reduce the cost so far that the teams internally could actually experiment with them effectively. Because that experimental nature of working with data is essential. And I think it's really important to do something culturally to break the internal focus on only the highest quality data will actually go out. Because it basically makes commerce unadaptable to the rate of change that we're likely to see. So there were a bunch of pieces on that. So I just wanted to ask people who were also sitting and talking to us about additional pieces they would add. You had.
No, you were great.
I think one thing that came up, one thing that came up that was this notion of maybe some pilot projects around that. You know, if we could get agreement around kind of real-time, free, raw, machine-readable, consistent data, then finding ways to, you know, do a few pilot projects as examples of that within the government. Of, you know, one of the examples we talked about in the group was like Twitter, like how, you know, you have this platform that just sends off, you know, stuff all the time, and people can choose to, you know, monitor the API and see what's coming out. But imagining a system where, you know, as the new construction part of commerce is receiving records of new construction that it's happening, they queue that up and release it once a month. But you can imagine, you know, every minute when they receive some new report from someone, it goes out in the API, and then over time, people can monitor that and get more real-time data if they want. But kind of pilot projects that implement that kind of notion of just a transmitting mechanism that in time, I think there would an ecosystem that would grow up around that mechanism.
And one of the key pieces about that was identifying an actual problem that Commerce was intending to solve, and then try to put all the data pieces in place in order to actually do it. Because when you're just putting data that you have out there, you immediately lose track of who the customer is and why you're actually doing it and so forth. So it'd be good if you had an idea of the thing you were trying to do, so you could create a whole system and see what's involved in the creation of a whole system, and do it in that experimental way. So pick a handful of projects, 3 to 5 projects, to build the data muscle.
Okay, so let me make sure I heard this right. So we have, thank you for all this. This is fascinating. Okay, so make the raw data available immediately, make it possible for people to contribute back to the overall quality, and establish or rigorously enforce the data, I'm calling it life cycle, of where information came from through its data history. So that's number one.
Yep.
Number two, leverage private sector assets to bring private data into the Department of Commerce. And there's the marketplace, goals to improve overall quality, allows each stakeholder to focus on their respective strength areas in that process. Number three, incentivize better response rates to current data collection, so as the rewards for people to participate. And number four, build the data muscle. Create a system where we reduce the cost of releasing raw data sets, deploy relevant pilot projects for basic problems we're trying to fix right now.
Yep.
Did I capture that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The essential part of the last bit is it's better to fail 8 times and succeed 2 times in a given week than it is to succeed once in a given week.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how we build software. That's how we build technology. We have absolutely to bring that in. Okay. Wow. Thank you. This is. I'm already getting excited about this. Okay. Let's move on to the next person here. Dan, do you want to go next? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Whoa. How'd you make? Okay. Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say. During the wine and cheese, how did you?
He lives here in DC.
Yeah.
This was originally in an open format. That's why it was delayed, just so you know. So now it's PowerPoint. Anyway, so we came up, we first kind of framing the problem, what we were doing, we were talking about data dissemination and use, came up with many, I think, similar types of ideas. So just, as a framing remark, we were thinking about, can government agencies really solve this problem of better understanding their customers, so who they are, what do they want, what their users are doing with their data sets, and how they can just better serve them. So the broad recommendation that we had was build an ecosystem for Department of Commerce data. And then within this, we have 4 kind of sub-recommendations, and beneath those sub-recommendations, we have kind of specific possible action items. So I phrased those as questions because I don't think we agreed as a group that we had consensus here, but these were all the ideas that were discussed. So number 1 was create and organize data around themes. Joy was in our group, so she had this recently released San Francisco housing data, and that was really kind of the model that we were thinking about. But also income distribution, other types of data that the Department of Commerce released. Also, can agencies provide better access to subject matter experts around data sets? This was a key idea that came up repeatedly, as this is something that's a really competitive advantage the government has that the private sector doesn't have. And this might be one of those incentives for getting more involvement with data. This is something that the government can offer. And the last one here, can agencies create apps? This is Jack's excellent language around here about can we create apps to make data more relevant to users, especially including internal users. and then we had this kind of three-tiered model of the raw data, the APIs, and then the presentation later, or the apps. Second recommendation here, engage with various communities affected by data. And so, the group talked a lot about how we have to really broaden this idea of stakeholders and who's affected by it. So we want the raw data users and developers, we want the mission-focused advocates, we want journalists, we want everyone who's kind of involved in this to be able to provide input and to be able to have kind of a seat at the table, whether it's a virtual table or a real table. We talked quite a bit about possible collaboration tools. So can agencies create or leverage collaborative social tools around data? So we talked about DAT, mode analytics. All of this is, to these points made earlier about how can we actually, give feedback on data and build upon data and create this kind of open movement around this. So if one person makes an improvement, that improvement can be shared. Can agencies host a users conference because we actually get people in the room and have these face-to-face conversations? And can agencies grow the community by facilitating discovery and access to non-open data sources? So we talked about, there's data.gov for all this open data, but what about all the data sets that are out there that are available, that are not available, or available with certain types of restrictions? Can we actually aid in the discovery of that? All right, we talked about transforming the technical access to data. And this was a really interesting concept that came out that maybe we should be thinking about classifying the data into different types of data types or different data categories that have unique characteristics. So the example here was the weather data. It's a very large data set. You want it in real time versus some of this smaller static data sets that's looking back instead of kind of more looking forward. Can we think about breaking these into different categories, and maybe there's different problems around these categories, and then we can come up with solutions based on these different buckets. And then we also talked about this kind of data lifecycle issue and the need for a data model and determining just kind of where in the stack we want government to play. And I skipped this third one on the button. So the third one here was develop user analytics and feedback processes. So can agencies better support these important data sets? Can they figure out what's most popular, what's frequently requested but maybe not found? Can agencies help users discover related data sets? Can they learn what questions are being asked of their data sets? Or can they really kind of incorporate this feedback? And can agencies improve how it collects certain data sets? So the question came up, some of the data is faulty, not because of what the agency is choosing to do, but because of statutory requirements. Can they identify where those weaknesses are? Can we do that? And then maybe make recommendations there. And then this last recommendation, can we just incentivize this feedback in different ways? That was also a similar point that you had. Maybe it's by cleaning the data in response to feedback. Maybe that could be one of the incentives that we talked about. So this is just kind of a summary again of the 4 high-level points that we had. And I'll just open it up to anyone else in the group who wanted to add on to any of this.
I think one of the key ideas was there's been a lot of broad concepts discussed, and I think the kind of building on what the first group said as well, having focus on some problem, even with the broader goals in mind, but having focus on some problem will help you actually really deliver something valuable at every level, right? Both at the sort of data distribution, all those pieces, as well as at the actually building something that has a real impact for broad range of constituencies. So I think really kind of coming out of this, deciding on what one of those big things can be, that'll really give you guys a lot of focus and delivering something valuable. You don't have a lot of time, so yeah.
Excellent. Jack.
Yeah, one of the thoughts about this building apps was not about building apps that might be developed in the private sector, but apps that are mission focused. So when we said these broad-based themes, they might be organized about your broad main themes, like Lynn mentioned yesterday morning. So we might take housing, to take Joy's case, or unemployment or wage discrepancy or like that as a broad-based thing. You would build apps on top of your data dissemination architecture. In the same way external organizations could build apps on your, in that sense, government becomes a platform for both eating it yourself as well as stimulating the economy of young developers. This is kind of this notion of an ecosystem. And if you stretch that out horizontally, it means that you have different thematic groups. And this got to what the secretary was saying last night. She said, oh, do you mean we would actually make it part of our DNA? So rather than the the Department of Data Dissemination down here. I mean, she got it instantly. We want to have this as a platform for dissemination which supports every single entity, part of commerce. It just becomes a part of the practice. We're trying to help the economy, and data dissemination is part of it, organized by these thematic layers.
So one other thing was that we talked about the different maturity cycles of some of the data sets and how actually in some ways you actually have addressed them differently. So the NOAA data sets, for example, are extremely mature, extremely complex, and as a result, there's just a lot of it. So you're running into technical challenges which are fundamentally different than, for example, some of the economic-related data sets. And the other thing we talked about was how to move things across the pipeline, and this goes to this topical issue. So we had this whole conversation about what it means to talk about all of the income and moving it into a sort of a more real-time flow. But I think it's also a matter of, as you're doing this analysis of what to go forward on, realizing that it's not a one-size-fits-all puzzle, but you actually really have to think differently about the different kinds of data sets depending on where in the maturity cycle they are, and that really affects sort of who the customers are for it. And the question is, can you make certain data sets that you already have more mature? In some way, weather got pushed for very obvious reasons, but now that we have economic concerns, can we push that faster? Can we push census faster because we have other concerns for which now that process may not be the right process? And thinking about really developing along the maturity of the data sets as part of it.
I think I'd like to add one more thing.
One more time. There you go.
Okay, great. If I can build upon what was said in the first group with Alan and with Stan, and then I reflect on what Brian and Jack put together. If we do these pilots and they can focus on things that make sense to a broader community, and we pull in the community pieces, we get all the tools, and then it'll help change the culture of the organization you're in. So the pilots give you a lot, and it's something you could accomplish within the 20 months.
Yeah.
So I think there are things here to bring across both groups that you could see a synergy coming out here.
Absolutely. No, oh, sorry, please. Yes.
And it would make it fun for them, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm already having fun. This absolutely fits the theme, right? We know that in order to build something productive, the massive, giant deployments with only one success and nothing else probably means it's going to fail. There has to be iteration. We're looking at the realism of the time. I think there's almost the software stack analogy of start with the problem, understand the customer, and then work down through the app and the deployment infrastructure. And oh, by the way, data's probably in there, rather than the other way around where we don't know what the pull mechanism is. So yeah, this absolutely it makes a tremendous amount of sense.
One last thing, and in other words, not the Department of Data, there's not a department for open data, nor is there a technology for open data. It's pervasive across the whole, let's call it platform, that supports the mission.
Take notes on this.
I was just going to comment that, quickly, that, I don't know, I guess whenever we use the words like purpose and customer focus and curation, I mean, I think that sounds good because a lot of us, of course, use data sets where you have to do that. But in terms of a lot of this data we're talking about, I guess it gives me pause because I think those things, purpose, curation, customer focus, do militate against latency, complexity, resources, and applicability. And I tend to think, again, going back to this data is being created by agencies that have a purpose. The purpose is not the data. So I think they should be very customer-focused and mission-focused for their missions. But to the extent that the data is being generated and is an externality and they'd like to just release it, I tend to think that release should not be particularly purpose-driven, customer-focused, but should instead be focused on just put it out there in very raw forms because I don't think we can anticipate what the purpose or the application to which it will be used will be right now. And I think if you do try to anticipate that, you are in danger of creating a very well-curated data set that a very small number of people use, when if you just put out raw data, it would allow people to utilize the data for a wide range of purposes, many of which you may not envision now.
Well, so on that, I think there's a few pieces to comment. I do think that some of those incentives are actually going to come up a little bit in the next round of recommendations from the last group. So I do want to open up for some feedback on that, but also pause that we're going to, I think, come to that in a deeper way in a moment. So I think I saw Jack first, and then Alan and Steve. Oh, keep missing Joy. It's because Mark's too tall. He's literally right in the way. I can't see you. Sorry about that.
I very much appreciate this focus on raw data, but my experience in the federal government, just working across the different agencies, is that oftentimes the data has been designed for a single mission purpose, like let's say DOT data, that's the road centerline information. It's driven, designed, supported, made openly available in this raw form, but by making slight tweaks on that information at the data model level, driven by feedback from the other federal, state, and local customers, the data became 100 times more valuable. So I think this, I get that from a private sector perspective, you want the raw data and we'll figure out what to do with it. But by tweaking the data models and the formats and the procedures for getting it out, you can make enormous value contributions without getting into the private sector space, just synergy with different agencies as well as the private sector.
I guess my question is, in that example of the center line of the road data, was it a change in their collection methods, or they were already collecting data that was useful, and the product that they were producing was already they constrained the data in such a way that you really needed access to the raw data than what they were producing?
A little of both.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be consistent. Joy?
Just real,
Sorry.
if I can make a kind of an audible is, we've been talking a lot about pilot projects. I'm a huge fan of pilot projects because I think they demonstrate what it is that we're talking about. Could we do a both-and model, right, to test these theories out? Because I think that's what we're all talking about here is let's see what innovation rises off of the raw data if we release it in a more real-time fashion, and then with a very kind of focused customer base that we're trying to reach, how do we build the more product-specific applications?
Yeah, I think that's right. I will say, so recommendation number 1, make more raw data available. Recommendation number 6, focus on a big problem, a mission-oriented problem, and pilot that.
And then another one is this notion of get a community around a data set. Let's take, for example, the street information, the federal government. It's collected by USGS, it's collected by Census, and it's collected by DOT. 3 agencies. It should only be done once. And it should be made available to the different agencies, and it should be made available in a form so that states and locals can work on it. The pioneering work by the Census Bureau and Community Tiger is going along that very track.
Right.
And so there's this, it's not just about data, it's about collaboration, in this case government, but the same kind of collaboration can exist with states. You know, I'm collecting my data for the mission, but some small modifications and variations in either the collection method can make it dramatically save dramatic amounts of money and make it much more ready to use data.
Yes, I think it's absolutely excellent point. I think I want to distinguish in this table between the what we need to do and the how we're going to go do it. And I want to, in the interest of time, focus right now on the what's, and I think what's going to come out of these discussions is how we're going to do it. Oh, by the way, it's going to depend on who can roll up their sleeves and get in there. So with that, if it's okay, and this is essential points from Alan and Steve I don't want to disregard, I'd like to turn over to Kim to share the recommendations from her group, but it's a question. Okay, Kim.
Okay, so we were the ROI of data group, and we talked about first that ROI being value, creating value from data, and that could be measured in different ways. So we thought our customer sets for value would be the government itself, the private sector, and civil society. And in a Venn diagram concept, there is likely some overlap there, but each of those have sort of distinct methods of creating value from, gaining value from the data. So the number one recommendation dovetails right off the end of the last conversation, which was first we recognize that there is a lot of data today that is collected via survey. Mark made note this morning that survey participation rates are going down. Some in our group had participated in some of the surveys as younger individuals and were given some instructions about how to respond to the survey. And so you know, we said, well, the world's actually shifting to a more crowdsourcing world. And so how could we provide a mechanism where people voluntarily participated and contributed their information? And we talked that, if you're talking about data surveying, that's, it's sort of a shift. You're not going to survey and ask questions, but you're going to provide some form of, challenge, contest, cool app whereby they are constantly feeding you data. And you would probably do that different for the private sector information than you would do it for civil society, but there's a construct there to provide that mechanism to allow people to contribute their data and, strategically over time move away from surveys as a traditional survey might exist today. So that was our number one recommendation. And then number two, we talked about measuring the ROI in two vectors. The first vector being outcome-based results. So the problem, I think Steve says, focus on the business problem it has to solve and what's the outcome that you want, and then measure the outcomes there. And then data latency in continuous improvement cycle of reducing the time by which the data is available for people to consume and use in their fashion. And we talked a lot about the reality is that different data has different lifespans. So weather data about today, next week is interesting, but probably not this high value point. But census, and so you might need that continuous improvement cycle will be one timeline curve, but census data would be a different timeline curve. So we weren't going to dictate the timeline, but yet a baseline for when the data is available today and a latency reduction continuous improvement path was the number two. And as a subset of that, we said that data needs to have demand so innovation can happen. On the competitiveness of American business is what we talked about. You want to create more data that will have demand. And so as you do early pilots and stuff, you should then use the demand data to guide investment decisions of where you're going to invest in more data. So our number three was accelerate open data, open by default. That we talked about not just commerce, but other agencies, everybody making an effort in this area, but it's actually not going fast enough. And so there should be some effort put into what does it take to accelerate open by default across commerce. And then the last area was around both customer service and education, the cultural aspects of getting people to be able to understand what the data is telling them, to some of Dana's points earlier, to some of Kathy's points yesterday, that people will internalize and act upon the data when they see themselves in the data. So we talked, there's a way to humanize the data, and that actually likely will help with education as well as participation and contributing of data. And then there's a customer service aspect for the government out to the population that says, feedback is a gift. In the open source community, people contribute improvements to your code each and every day. There are plenty of models where that works well. So if data owners inside of commerce said feedback was a gift, and there was capacity for them to act upon improving that data that was coming in from the community in an open source type of structure, as a model, not as a dictate, that would help improve our data on a continuous basis. So those were our 5 recommendations. I don't know if anyone from the team has other comments.
Kathy?
Maybe just a quick example. So to the point of going from a survey to volunteer data, if you download the Uber app, it actually wants almost all of your information from you in that moment in time. And people still click OK because they really need that car right now. And similarly, if you have another app which provides value to people, for instance, helps them understand what kind of career trajectory over the next 5 years is really valuable to them, and you have some private data and you have some public data which could be used for such an app, people would probably also click OK, and you would get a ton of data this way.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question of Mark. Mark, in BEA, and you're economists, do they read the economic reports that Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan and other organizations put out that forecast economic activity in the country?
Yes.
Right. And from the Federal Reserve, too?
Yes.
Right. Do they get the raw data?
I plead the fifth. No, I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do they get the raw data? Do they get raw data reports, or do they create their analytics from processed data or from raw data?
So, tell me if this answers your question. Usually what the folks at Goldman Sachs do, for the most part, is they actually take our data and then do really neat things with it.
Yep.
And then we look at the neat things they do with it.
Right. So that's an example of an ecosystem that already exists around economic data, right?
That's good. Yeah, good example.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what's cool about that example is it's an ecosystem with competition because all these firms are competing to be right
That's good. That's a
about
good
the
point.
information. So I pointed out because I heard us talk about the development of ecosystems around census and NOAA and all these things. And, it just occurred to me that it already exists out there. And it's been existing for about 100 years or longer, maybe not 100 years, but since the 1920s, since the Great Depression.
So I think with some, if I can speak for census and BEA here for a moment in terms of these ecosystems, I think we have systems that do exist to an extent. I think the conversations we were having yesterday, what I took away from that is that they could be expanded, especially since and organized better. In part because, again, the number of people using our data has been increasing. The types of people, the types of entities using our data has been increasing so much.
Agreed. But
So the language change instead of build an ecosystem should be more spur and improve the organization of the ecosystem around Department of Commerce data.
right. So that was the first point. And
Yeah.
Sorry, open data becomes integral to each of the existing ecosystems thematically,
Yeah.
to use Joe's word.
the reason okay, well, no, go ahead, Mark.
And like anything, there's always best practices.
Yes.
Right? There's probably some data sets where they have really good best practices in terms of these ecosystems. And
Because I think all the comments we heard today about data quality and feedback loops and dialogues and things like that, this is my next point, which is we ought to be thinking really concretely about stuff that we can recommend to do in the next 12 months. And that's sort of a challenge to us as a group because I heard from the secretary, hey, we're only here for 20 more months and we'd love the things that we do to persist longer than the administration, to leave a legacy, et cetera. But, realistically, let's not wait 20 months. Let's try to come out with some things we can do in 12 months. And for me, I always try to look at what is there already there that's working that we can study and work to improve, rather than what are the things that we have to build from scratch. And I was just thinking, there's some cool recommendations about data quality and accessibility and user interface and feedback loops and dialogue. And I know that all of us are kind of focused on census data and NOAA data, but what about the economic data where there already is a marketplace for this data? There already is an ecosystem for this data. Could that be a place that we could look at how our recommendations could have immediate pilot impact? And that was the second part is, what resources do we have in, whether it's subgroups or whatever, with commerce to try stuff?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because really what this whole 2 days have been about is an experiment in scope definition, right? We're trying to figure out exactly what that is that we can go work on based on the actual needs, the leadership, the available resources, and the tools at our disposal. I think the answer about resources, at least, is a flexible answer depending on the recommendation. So we have this massive and repetitive chicken and the egg problem with some of the scope definition. What I propose to do here, and I'll summarize the what's from Kim in just a second, is that if we can treat these apparently 12 things as the initial scope definition, I think the next step is to answer your question, Steve, is that how are we actually going to do this? What actually is reasonable in the next 2 months, 5 months, 10 months, and make a plan, and then act on that plan with clear ownership and deadlines. I think that it's going to be very hard for us in the next hour or two to really develop the how for even some of the more, I'll say, transparent, low-hanging fruit recommendations that are here. So I think a lot of that's going to have to fall outside of this immediate meeting. I want to try to solve these things right now, right? We all want to. We're problem solvers. But I think that in a way, and it's almost like a board of directors, we need your guidance as to you need to focus on this. consider me part of that, and why is that taking so long? Like that may be an execution method that helps us to really have accountability for these action items. So that's my proposed approach. I would say just then with a just brief summary, here's what I heard in terms of return on investment takeaways from Kim. I heard provide a mechanism whereby people voluntarily participate and contribute their information, use cases, success stories, even data. Department of Commerce needs to measure the return on investment on outcome-based results and also on data latency, improving the time before certain data sets become available, demand of data needs to drive more investments in that specific area. Number 3, accelerate open by default. And the last one, perform more education internally within the department and externally on data usage as part of customer service, which means to humanize the data, treat feedback as a gift, and help people use it more productively. Did I capture that accurately?
Yes, excellent
Okay.
job.
Okay, thank you. Actually, no, I counted wrong. That's actually 10 things. Oh, wow. How'd that happen? All right, we have our top 10 list, and amazingly, some folks are actually engaging on Twitter and on Hackpad to correct typos that I wrote in here, so I appreciate that. This is crowdsourcing in action. It's actually kind of fun to see this happening. Okay. Assuming that we take this approach that I proposed before, I think the next step in terms of ensuring that we have the accountability to take action on these recommendations is to provide a bit of help with leadership. So, what I propose to do now is to ask for your help and figure out how we should have a co-chair of this council. This could be a wildly disorganized process, or perhaps it'll be a bit of coincidence. But I'd like to propose now is just a process for how to do this. I think we should just have nominations, self-nominations or nomination of others for folks that can help navigate, provide boundaries on the plan for how to execute on some of these. Do you all think it's okay maybe just to do that approach? Maybe we just do a nomination and see if someone's interested for some period of time to help all of us deliver on these action items? I'm seeing nods. Okay. Well, let me open the floor in this public forum. Would anyone like to make a nomination for a co-chair? Kevin.
Yeah, I hope I don't put him on the spot, but I'd like to nominate Daniel Castro.
Okay.
I think his organization skills are just phenomenal, and he'd do a great job at it.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Oh, okay. A second. All right. We have one nomination. Does anyone else choose to make a nomination or self-nominate? I'm not going to miss Joy this time. No one else?
I will say that I would like to nominate Kim.
Okay. Okay. In fair democratic process, Kim and Dan, would you like to make a few brief statements as to why you would like to? A debate. Yeah, so much time. And again, this is we're right in the mix of it. I don't know if any of you would like to just do a quick show of hands, or maybe we all have pads on our desks. We can do literally a paper vote right now, and then just have our decision. Or are there other things you'd like to?
I was just going to ask, can we have 3 co-chairs?
Yes.
Because that seems like a good idea to me.
I like that idea because I actually think Daniel's background and my background are extremely different and complementary. And as we think about how we guide, I think the role of the co-chair is to help guide the global input from all of the committee members, but right through the Department of Commerce, especially in between meetings and stuff, we want to keep momentum. So I do think it's complementary.
Yeah, excellent. All right, all in favor of having Kim and Dan be the co-chairs of the Data Advisory Council, please raise your hand. That's everybody. All right, hereby moved. We have the gavel with them. Yeah, there you go. There, now it's official. All right, we're making progress. All right, so what?
That's why I wanted it, to use the gavel.
Okay, this is great. So we have the framework for a top 10. We have our co-chairs. I would ask that for Kim and Dan, one of the first things we need to do, I think, is figure out how to frame some of these recommendations into some form of an agenda for the next meeting. Before we run to that, and rather than defer too much, are there any recommendations here in terms of a breakout group or something that really we need to have a good collection of folks to really dive into some portions of these action items, of these themes, that people would volunteer here to break out in a separate forum to dive into more deeply? And I'm going to defer actually for a moment to Lynn. I mean, so you're better at this than I am. Are there certain things that just feel like they're more achievable near term versus long term?
So I think my recommendation would be if we can do it today, and I know we don't have much time, but just really quickly, are there 3 to 5 pilot projects on particular topic areas that we think people in the room would be interested in working on that kind of mesh with our existing data, or even 1 to 2. I see Steve shaking his head at me. I'm being a little ambitious.
I would suggest teeing it up in a teleconference after.
Okay.
I think it deserves time to talk about.
So let's maybe, but I think having run pilot projects multiple times in the past, they take a lot more time and energy and effort than perhaps people often think. If we can accelerate that process of identifying topic areas where we'd want to dive in, that would be my recommendation.
Do we have a captured list of who was in each of the work groups yesterday? Because we might set up, divide our recommendations. We self-selected into those groups, so I'm going to assert that there's a natural interest in those topics. So if we say those are our starting subcommittees, and then each of those 3 have a teleconference in the next, 3 independent teleconferences to get to the next level of detail, and maybe with the appropriate commerce participation, we might find some pilot projects that are teed up to get started, and could we shape them with these recommendations in the how they're executed, right? Minimize some of the burden.
I sure not the COO of Intel and not the CIO of Intel, because that's a pretty. I like that idea a lot. Anyone else want to make any other recommendations other than just carry that out?
I think the other one, Mark had mentioned earlier this morning about some of the efforts that are underway about bringing together a lot of the economic pieces across different organizations and sort of how they're thinking about modernizing it. I know that I would love to figure out more information on exactly what is happening, and that goes back to Kim's point of can we then concretely advise or make suggestions of how to improve it? Because I actually think that it's phenomenal to hear that that's happening.
If I could chop in here. So when it comes to advisory councils, we want to maximize the value of your time, right? You all have very busy schedules. You're all very important people. So we want to make sure that we get the most out of your time that's possible. We also, speaking as someone who oversees agencies, I want to maximize my mission. So if I'm trying to do this crosshatch between how we can leverage you and my mission, there's a couple different ways that can happen. One way that can happen, to follow up on Dana's point, is what's useful in these meetings often is that we do something new and we present it to you and you give us your feedback. Okay? So that's because there's lots of things going on. We have about 50,000 people at the Department of Commerce who are doing all sorts of things. You saw just a very, very small sample. You just saw the tip of the iceberg yesterday, for instance. So that's one way which advisory councils can be very, very helpful. Something else I think that we have to do is if I look at these 10 recommendations, there is a question of, okay, which one of these are going to require which are going to require what resources? And where do we think we're going to actually be able to move the needle, say, in 12 months, as Steve was talking about, but then also in the longer term? And there should be probably a balance there. So I think what's incumbent upon us is to look at these recommendations and then get back to you and get back to the co-chairs. Where do we think your assistance could help us the most? The other thing that we have to do is I have to look, and we've been doing this, is looking at the skill set all around this table and make sure that we tap into all the different skills that we have here, because it is, just so diverse. So I just kind of want to be clear in terms of expectations about going forward. We have these 10 recommendations that we have to massage, but I think there's other ways to leverage your expertise as well.
I just want to say thank you for that, both because recognizing the fact that the time is challenging, but also I think all of us want to be helpful to you, and I think one of the big challenges that we collectively have is that it does feel a little pie in the sky because we are disconnected from what you're dealing with as brass tacks. And so I think that it'd be really phenomenal for you to come to look and see what can be useful, and what of our recommendations are just not tractable given what constraints you're functionally working with, versus where we can actually really drill deep. Because I have a feeling all of us are capable of drilling real deep with you if we know how to drill deep effectively.
It has to be worthwhile.
One thing I was thinking about this meeting, the way I was thinking about it, is I thought the last day has been a big introduction. You've been introduced to each other. Some of you already knew each other. You've been introduced to us personally, and you've been introduced to our programs just a little bit. And so we've never done this before. The federal government's never had an advisory committee like this before. As Steve was saying, we're the first in the world, which is pretty cool. So we have to kind of figure out, how do we leverage this to the maximum extent possible.
Okay. So I heard that one of the ways to ensure that these breakout subcommittees by the groups, to have those be most effective, is if we come after looking more deeply at the recommendations and tell you this is realistic, this is where we need help, and specifically how can you help us make decisions on these things. Those are the types of questions that would be productive in the breakouts to make sure that we're making the most use of your time. Is that accurate? I'm seeing affirmatives across the table. Okay, well that's good. This is good operational guidance. I'm going to bring up amazingly, and I was shockingly on time, which I can't even describe how fascinated I am by that. The last item on the logistics that actually fits to our agenda before we move to public comment, and that's I'll say some quick feedback as to how we should approach the logistics of the next bigger meeting. Earlier yesterday, Burton talked about how we basically propose to have a doodle, are you available at these times, for the next 3 meetings, being in July, October, and January. Is that right? Okay. With October may or may not being in Guadalajara. That's a question that I think that's an action we need to figure out for obvious reasons. Is that approach the right approach to take? Or can everyone here at the table say, don't you dare touch July, what are you, crazy? It needs to be sooner or later. But if that proposal fits, we're probably going to go ahead with it unless you tell us otherwise. So does that feel about right? Just go with that and work out the details, but at a high level, that quarterly metric feels about right for this group?
Quarterly, yes, but some people will opt out in July or October, so how many people will be here in July?
Right, yeah. We need a specific date.
But
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I think the question ought to be, can anybody make it in July, anywhere, anytime?
Oh, well, I guess my assumption is that that's not that would be contingent, yeah, upon people's specific availability, yeah.
Selfishly, I'll say that I already have a commitment in the Bay Area in mid-July, so if the Bay Area is a selection, yes, I'll be there.
All right, that's actually a fair point. Just more broadly speaking, on this broader question of how should we approach it, I have an assumption that it's okay to consider other locations.
Absolutely.
Maybe a West Coast for July, maybe a Guadalajara for October, and that can be part of how we engage the public in important ways and also provide some mechanisms for us to dive deeper in some of these topics.
I should just say there are a lot of questions around Guadalajara that we would have to explore.
Yeah.
With our attorneys at the Department of Commerce and
We
each
will
other.
explore them.
But I mean, it's been wonderful. It's been magnificent that Google stepped up and offered to host this meeting, and we're all very thankful for that. I've had conversations with several of you about your interest in hosting meetings. The one thing that was made very clear to me by the attorneys that I've been working with is that it's great for members to host. It doesn't matter where it is in the country because the travel expenses come out in the wash, in effect, and the expense of hosting the meeting comes out in the wash. The only thing we have to avoid is the same person hosting all the time, but I don't see that happening. So I think we have we're off to a great start here.
All right, any other contributions in terms of the way we should approach the logistics of making it easier for folks to get together and make the best use of time?
I know this seems like a weird detail, but I would love for this meeting to actually fall somewhere important for one of the bureaus or for the department. So if one of my colleagues at some of the other places that have large executive briefing centers, if one of them was near like a NOAA site, or if we could arrange so that we can get closer to the data, as it were, that would be kind of cool. So, Boulder.
Build an invite.
Okay. Now, these are excellent comments. Oh, Colin, yes.
Ian, so what is the actual process then? You'll send some dates, so should we send you, what's the actual process?
Yeah,
of getting
let's
that
march
date?
through that. So for the dates of the next meeting, so and again, I'll look to Lynn because she has a natural gift at this that's better than mine. So I think what we should do is, in the next few business days, report back a clear and public list of the action items. Also indicate that we will have, I don't want to call them subcommittees. It feels so bureaucratic. I'm just saying, I'll say
Working groups.
Working
is
groups.
actually
Okay,
the
working
technical
groups.
term we should be using is
Oh, really?
working groups. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's clearly why. Okay, thank you. Working groups. We will have working groups on topical areas that can develop how we actually deliver on these action items. And I will communicate that equally through separate, smaller groups. Am I allowed to invite smaller groups and just say, okay, so smaller groups, and are you available at? And we will schedule those calls with some preparatory work on our end to ensure that we walk into that meeting not asking a bunch more questions, but try to treat that more of a decision and action pointing type of conference call. there'll be several of those, and we will also coordinate to ensure that if there's specific people or information that would be helpful to those discussions, that we make that available in advance, basically the same communication channels that we've been using so far. For the
If I could just step in on the small groups, the working groups, I'll be following up with each of them with specifications about how, there are a few things you need to do. It's mostly about documentation and reporting back to this committee in the public meeting about what your deliberations covered and where you arrived at. But I'll be back in touch, and we'll also have Commerce support for you in that process in your meeting to serve as documenters or to work with somebody in that capacity.
I would also put out for folks who are overly ambitious, you shouldn't feel like you have to limit yourself to one group. If you want to cross groups, we would certainly welcome broader participation.
And in terms of the larger meetings, I think I would like to coordinate with Kim and Dan to structure an agenda and also share the dates that people are available, we'll say with some preliminary locations. And then based on the feedback, I will work with Kim and Dan to basically iron out where we're going to meet and what are we going to talk about. And then the working groups will feed, hopefully, by design, a lot of the discussions that take place at that event. Does that answer your question? Yes. Okay. Dan?
Yeah, I just want to ask, can we have like a listserv or some kind of project place for an interim discussion? I would just hate for us to go with conversations only happening quarterly. I mean, I know we're talking about, but just an opportunity for people in the committee to weigh in, or even if members of the public who have information they want to be submitting to us, there's a mechanism to do that.
Yeah.
Can we set up a public listserv? Is that just an option, or?
I believe it's an option. I need to check on that. I think that the one caveat is that it's a public forum, that it's a place that you're going to put comments and exchange comments with each other in the just in the public, in the sunshine, as the Sunshine Act is called. But I need to clarify that, and I'll check on that.
I think everyone around the table is probably in favor of the openness.
Okay.
But I guess separately we could have an interim working group to prepare for the next meeting, just in case other people want to comment.
And maybe we can break it off offline to figure out how to actually deliver that. I mean, in my personal life, I'm used to using things like Asana and Slack and Huddle, but that doesn't quite fit the timing of this group. And then there's technological challenges about being able to use tools like that. But I think I hear your point, and I think it's essential. We need to do that. I just think we need to figure out how. Okay. Wow. Well, yes, please, Kim.
So, just before we close and go to public comment, I did want to thank Burton and Ian and Mark and Lynn and Austin and all the support, because it really has been, for a first meeting, a very productive and effective meeting, and that goes to all the prep work you did. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
We've actually been putting lists together of the people that we need to thank, and I know Lynn has been doing that. I'm going to ask that we wait, because we are at the public comment time. So afterwards, we'll do closing remarks and make sure we cover the key people that have been so critical.
And we also want to be sure that they are physically in the room so that they can hear us.
There's a lot of people that come together to make this happen. But thank you, Kim. That's very appreciated.
Do you want to talk about how this public comment works before we
Okay.
actually open it?
So the public comment section, it can be very, very structured. And if 6 or 7 people had signed up for the public comment session, it would be. But no one signed up. So we'll open this now for people who want to comment. I know we've had a lot of people around the room watching these deliberations for 2 days. We want your thoughts. We want your comments. If you have questions, you should feel free to ask them. Ian's going to be watching Twitter here, and so if people want to comment via Twitter, we will keep track of that and respond as appropriate, and we'll go for 15 minutes. So public session comment is open. We put it 15 on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Okay. And the last part, we're not allowed to leave. So we're going to sit through.
Right. We should stay to the greatest extent possible. If people have to leave, they can. We have mics, so if you're going to come from the audience and speak, please speak into the mics so that it's picked up on the live stream.
Okay. So with that said,
Avi Bender.
There we go.
Avi Bender,
Yes.
Census Bureau. This has been really a great session. And this maybe applies to what Steve and Ian, you said about scoping this thing. So I've heard lots about kind of trying to craft this code in terms of interoperability, standards, platforms, culture, siloed organization, incentivizing the public. But what I heard for me was the aha moment was a thematic approach to data dissemination, right? Could this thematic approach be the methodology or the catalyst for addressing these other issues, as opposed to fragmenting them into working groups? And what is a thematic approach, and could we define that at some point? Maybe not now, but maybe that could be a topic.
Would anyone like to respond? I mean,
Yeah, no, I think at least what we talked about in our group, I think part of the definition is not just about data dissemination. It's about being a product creator as well along these thematic groupings. So, and I think why that's important is because it allows the government to meet maybe unmet populations that could be benefiting from understanding or access to the data, but might not necessarily be provided by the private sector. It forces the government to, eat its own dog food, as it were, which makes them users of the platform, not just providers of the platform, which creates buy-in and investment in a way that I think speaks to both the sustainability of the approach and the cultural changes needed within the organization to endure their sort of data, not be just a disseminator, but the user, and not just the user, but then the product creator for populations that might otherwise be left out of these discussions. And so it's not just thematic organization or releases, but it's thematic product creation to fill unmet need.
Thank you.
I like the idea with one caveat. So it's the idea really that the information is a product and that we have customers for that information, and we ought to be thinking about segmenting that market and having a feedback loop to understand if we've met the needs of our customers. But at the same time, when we're doing that, we're packaging, right? And it's, in a way, it's not really the purpose of open data to package for predisposed markets. So, yeah, I can see like at Census and at NOAA, there's an opportunity to create packages and products, but at the same time, we ought to release the open data as well, so that we enable other organizations who have different customers and different markets and different segments to package up their products as well.
That makes a lot of sense. And one approach for doing that from the how, not the what, but the how, is through releasing maybe more raw data, but through APIs, but making it much easier to then, for developers to get access to employment information, housing information, and allow the public or developer community to then aggregate this data to create the products. So maybe not either or, but to actually enable that. Right.
I'd like to add one point to that. While I agree that the packaging, as Steve said, may be too much, what I'm also interested in is the meta things that happen. It shows you how to collaborate, shows you the right tools that you need to collaborate for whatever you want. It shows you how to get the culture changed. Those are things I think we want to achieve as well. So wherever it lies, we'll have things that can build an economy on top of what we have. So let's not do all the packaging, but let's get the rest of it going.
And I think that's right. It's about a portfolio. At the core is the data provision, but then it's the portfolio of activities that you lay on that data provision, and in filling in the data product strategically. And so I don't think, again, it's not do this or don't do that. I also think a big important thing that came out of the conversation yesterday is the product provision can be a way of scaling the content expertise and domain knowledge that's embedded in the organizations. And so just publishing the data and then the metadata is not enough. How can data products be a scalable way of providing access to domain and content expertise?
Yeah, and just building on that notion, sharing the methods for the data collection is a valuable piece of that so-called metadata, but it's only available really by listening to a video or understanding the method. And it brings up an issue that I guess my colleagues in social science and sampling theory and statistics would really advocate for if they were here, which is this notion to everything's moving towards crowdsourced information is interesting, and it's certainly true, but we don't have the grounding in statistical understanding yet, and they would So I have this 11th idea that I'm yearning to give you, which is consider in DOC, Department of Commerce, maybe they take the leadership, doing a National Academy study that looks at the relationship between sample theory methods that support our traditional authoritative source generation of data versus crowdsourcing information. And there is, frankly, a lot of work going in this with citizen science and so on, but there's actually a dearth of authoritative referencing. And I don't know how to approach this other than a National Academy's approach, which is very dirt cheap, actually, if you think about the work that would be required. A few $100,000 could actually open up the best of, the Academy members' thoughts about this, because I think it would also stimulate, I think, in National Academy, in National Science Foundation, more work to be done, particularly in the social science world, about this particular phenomena.
The other group that's doing a phenomenal job on that is Pew Research, one of your neighbors, and they're really trying to think through that. They have a whole group on this specifically.
I think they would be members of this Academy study, definitely.
Comment?
Yes, hi. Is this on? Yep. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jeff Didabochaldier. I'm the NOAA data management architect. We've been hearing ideas like building an ecosystem, letting people give feedback on our data, contributing external data for products. I think that's really great, but we often have trouble letting people from the outside write to our government servers just for IT security issues. So I'd like to encourage people to think as much as possible about using public clouds, commercial clouds, and I think that the NOAA Big Data Partnership that we're just hearing about that's been announced will be a very good method to try that out, at least for certain kinds of data. And I don't really see why it should have to be limited to NOAA environmental data. There's a lot of other stuff that could be go into there. And maybe combining environmental and business data is actually going to be a really powerful thing that will get us new results, new products, new information. Thank you.
Would anyone like to comment or respond to that? I think everyone agrees. Okay. Any other? Oh, please, yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Chaitan Baru, Senior Advisor for Data Science at the National Science Foundation. And
thank you for being here.
Sure. Thanks for inviting me. I also co-chair an interagency group called the Big Data Senior Steering Group that has about 18 or so different agencies that are all engaged in big data R&D, and actually NOAA and NIST are part of that. So I thoroughly enjoyed the meeting, but I just wanted to actually support Jack's statement just now. So NSF would love to partner with you all on this workshop, the National Sciences study that you suggested. I also am responsible for the Big Data Research Program at NSF, and we certainly work very closely with DMS, which is our division of math and statistics, and we also work with social sciences. So I think such a workshop that actually looks at the crowdsourcing versus survey-based methods would be extremely interesting.
Is there anyone else in the audience who can walk to the microphone and provide us a solution? Because that would be great.
Well, out of fairness to those that are participating remotely, so there are no live questions right now from Twitter, but this one's a little dated, but it is a fair question. And so I will just offer one from those that are participating remotely. How can government ensure that open government data is not used to discriminate in the market, discrimination? And there's a link to a New York Times article about a tenant blacklist culled from TDM. Basically, background checks are keeping people from being able to apparently submit a rental application. So there's a question. Alex Howard asked this question. Would anyone care to respond?
Well, I think it actually goes to the crowdsourcing issue, which is that we haven't really addressed it. We've talked about government being a producer of data and a consumer of data. But there's a public role for data collection as well. And I don't know how to phrase this exactly, but thanks to cloud technology, you don't need to be a data scientist to set up an open data repository to collect data. And you don't need to be a government. You don't need to be a business. You can be a community of citizens who care about an issue. And those types of community or citizen data sources can be corroboration that can be used to validate. It's something I said earlier about validating government sources. And so I think there's a role that we have to encourage citizens to collect data on their own, about their own activities and their own interests, about their own needs. At the very least, to provide an external source to verify what the government is publishing.
I think actually there's also, it was a point that was made yesterday about kind of being transparent about our algorithms that I thought was a great point that could fit into
That's a
this
great
as
point,
well.
too.
And I think we should also, this came up in our small group session yesterday too, is we should also be very transparent about where the gaps are in our data. Right, so if we aren't collecting data from particular communities, we should be clear about that because we don't want to be drawing universal conclusions from our data if we're actually missing data inputs. So I do think there's a huge role for transparency to play in the way that we're disseminating data and also caveating what it is that we have and what we don't.
I think a large part of it is recognizing it's not just about discriminatory potential in the data collection process, but in the data usage process. And this is actually where I think that there's this question of how do you actually create the right structure for ongoing assessment of how this data is being. I don't think that this is a matter of census actually doing it. I think it's a matter of census partnering with academics to do it. And maybe this is another place where there's a teaming up with the National Science Foundation just to assess not just how it's being used by census itself, or sorry, by Commerce itself, but how it's being used by all of these commercial entities and whether we're seeing inequitable usage cases. And I think it's really a matter of really empowering that person through a relationship with Commerce to really think through all of the consequences of the data usage and as part of the mapping process.
We have two people. Oh, sorry.
I just want to echo what Dana said. I think something that the privacy issues and concerns and the sort of nefarious use of open data has not been well explored, and even how we should think differently about the broad, huge, large release of digital data sets versus the FOIA model, where it was essentially a private release, and the sort of emerging privacy issues that come along with that. And I think the answer is we can't prevent nefarious use, but what's the right monitoring and response strategy over time and the right way to disseminate data to minimize that?
Just,
We need to get to these two folks. who
if
are
that's okay,
standing.
please.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure who was first.
I think she was up first.
Okay.
Hi, Rachel Bender with Arjuna Solutions. First, thank you for making this meeting public. It was fascinating to sit on. I wanted to ask a question related to the ROI discussion that happened yesterday. And there was a lot of discussion about how it's very abstract to quantify what the return is. And there were some great ideas with that. I was wondering what you guys thought about looking at the other side of the equation and doing more to track the investment and seeing data as the asset or investment, looking at the metadata on how to track what that, what you can quantify about that investment and what it takes to collect, store, and disseminate it.
Anyone care to respond?
I think that's a great point, and something that Ian and Mark and I should take back to our CFO's office. There's also an interesting opportunity, I think, with the Data Act, which is slightly separate but related, because I think you're absolutely right. We can't, if we're talking about return on investment, if we can't articulate our investment, it's going to be almost impossible to measure return. So that's an excellent point.
There was another side of that too, where what you measure is what gets scored and done and all the rest. So we wanted to be really careful that when you say return, what does that actually mean? Is it money? Is it I mean, the mission of the Commerce Department is to inspire economic growth. So is that the return that we care about measuring? And so how do you do that? And the flip side of this is, if a data set isn't driving economic growth, should we abandon it? Should we not invest in that data set anymore? Or should we make sure it has enough time to find its audience and then reassess? So we run around this actually quite a bit. So
Yeah, I think those questions are exactly why we're here, to bring those decisions into the process.
One more comment.
Yeah.
You might also like to use it in education, ultimately.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, from the previous recommendation, absolutely.
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm Phil Ashlock with data.gov. And I have two things. One, to, I think, celebrate commerce, and another to challenge it. So the first, and I don't know if this was mentioned earlier, but many of you might not know this, but machine-readable data was invented for commerce. So the 1890 census created the Whole Earth machine was created for that, essentially first machine readable media, which that company eventually sort of turned into IBM a few decades later. And of course, there's similar stories like this across government, right? So, so first general computer, obviously created by the Department of Defense in the 1940s. In the 1970s, you have ARPANET and email, and more recently, in the 90s, NSCA Mosaic, so the first sort of killer app that made the web what it is now through National Science Foundation funding. So I think these sort of precedents, we're all familiar with all these things. Most of the components in the modern smartphone were publicly funded, including Siri. In fact, on the iPhone came from DARPA as well. But we got to think, about long-term vision and sort of the opportunity that we have as far as sort of data as infrastructure. And, a lot of this is purpose-built, but what are the sort of the longer-term infrastructure sort of components? And I think a lot of what's happening with NOAA and sort of the NIST big data sort of interoperability, I think could sort of lead into some of that. But then, of course, there's the challenge. And I think there's been a lot of emphasis on this as far as sort of how government data relates to private sector data, whether that's proprietary or open, in terms of collaborating on that, and sort of that feedback loop. And so I think the reason why that's so important is because there's the potential for some of the uses of open government data becoming irrelevant or being replaced by private sector data, and that's already happening. And that's not a bad thing. It's just a matter of how do we kind of collaborate and coordinate and work together. And just as some examples, you often hear the sort of primary examples of open government data being things like GPS, weather, and maps. But first of all, GPS isn't really a data set. It's an open sensor network, which we all use. And secondly, we usually don't use GPS. We use proprietary data sets like those produced by Google or Skyhook Wireless for location triangulation of Wi-Fi router networks. We're not actually using GPS for most consumer applications. And there are, I think, opportunities to plug into sort of a data commons around things like that. There are efforts like open addresses and, of course, OpenStreetMap, which is now being used as a foundation for companies like Microsoft and Apple and MapQuest. So what is the relationship between government data and these sort of new open data commons that are often updated more frequently and in many cases are becoming even considered more authoritative than stuff that's released infrequently that often comes from government?
A lot of great points there. That last question about the distinction and roles of the different actors in the ecosystem. Would anyone like to comment or respond?
I believe ultimately what you want is a very porous infrastructure where many people can plug in data or get out data, can plug in algorithms, which might be doing data cleaning, mining, pre-processing, visualization, other services. But I think you want this porous architecture, this plug-and-play macroscope, as I would call it. And this has to deliver value, and the more value it delivers, the more people will buy into this then de facto standard.
Bill?
Yeah, I think this emphasizes the importance of this ecosystem concept and understanding the ecosystem you're working into and how that ecosystem will evolve. You have to be flexible because you're not going to know deterministically how it will evolve. But the point is, this is more than an IT platform. This is an ecosystem that involves an IT platform, but it also involves techniques for making sure that the ecosystem makes the greatest use of the platform.
Jack? Yes, Jack?
Yeah, this is not a criticism of your selection of the committee, but it seems like we only have one academic, and one of the huge users of the earth science data, for example, or demographic data, is the research community. And having them as a use and case or part of the ecosystem, maybe we're a little underrepresented there is my only point.
So actually, let me respond to that. If I look at the advisory committees at NOAA, at Census, at BEA, academics are all over the place. And what we don't have as much is the private sector in those groups. So when we formed this group, that's why we shifted the scales a little bit, because then I think overall, in terms of our advisory committees, it's a little more well-balanced now.
And also functionally in the working groups, I believe there's a mechanism to bring in other experts.
Absolutely.
As you deem appropriate.
Absolutely.
So that this is not, it's not just a visibly public forum, it's a engagement public forum, and we're trying to provide the right way to boil those ideas up to the top. Oh, yes.
That's good. So that means that our working groups are not exclusive.
Correct.
We can broaden scope to invite other experts in to work with us.
Exactly.
Both from within the Commerce Department as well as from universities.
From
or other
universities, from colleagues in your field, colleagues in your business, I mean, it's limitless in terms of how we want to structure it.
So each
Again,
working
as long
group-
as we're following the stuff I'll be hyper about.
So Jack, each working group can be an ecosystem.
Thank you to all those that provided public comment. In many ways, you are our customers. We cannot do this without you. Thanks to a number of folks who are apparently still watching us online somewhere and tweeting at us. It's fun to see that there's actually that remote participation as well. We have accomplished a lot in a very short period of time. It is hard for me to make any attempts to summarize the amazing things that have been said. I feel like I've learned more in the past 2 days than the previous 2 months combined. And so it is with a great enthusiasm and humility that I'm going to thank you all, everyone here and everyone participating remotely, for the contributions that you've made. I am very, very excited to be working with you on all of the great recommendations. There's a few more pieces to do before we run out of here. And I know a number of folks even have some travel restrictions, so we won't go too far over the official closing of the session. But I will leave it, I'm going to defer to Burton first for one of the essential things we need to
Well, yeah, I
perform.
mean, there's some people that we need to thank. And I think, Lynn, did you want to?
I did. I will thank Lauren in particular for giving me the list in the first place and Tanja for validating. But if I could have everyone just stand up as I call your names so that we can not only thank you, but that we all know exactly who you are, who helped us. I'm going to start with the folks at the front desk, without whom we would not know who each other are because they organized us and gave us our notepads. So we had Cheryl, Anna, Elaine, and Katara. We had our note takers, which includes Lauren, who also got the shout out from Alan because she helped us keep organized. Gianna, Danny, and Keith. Our photographer is Ryan. I don't know if he's still photographing. Everyone wants to make friends with Ryan because if he's got bad pictures of us, then he's...
And you deserve it, yeah.
Also want to give a shout out to Austin Durer, who's Mark's chief of staff, not only for his facilitation yesterday, but he has been a major mastermind behind conceiving of this council, helping us put it together, keeping us on track so that all of those things, like getting you here in the conceptual sense, I think is a large part of Austin's brainchild. And then Burton and Tanja, who literally getting you here has been their work.
None of us would be here without these folks. Yeah.
Have really done the kind of nitty-gritty, hard, painful work of making sure that we are legal, that we are ethical, that all of you got on flights to get here, that the ones that had to ask you all of the annoying questions about paperwork and make sure that we're doing this in a way that complies with the law and is as open and transparent as possible. So literally could not have done it without Tanja and Burton. So thank you to everyone. We really appreciate it.
I'd just like to add a couple of other names. I know there are a lot of people at Google who helped us. George Ivanoff and John Conway. John, who's been back here the whole time and made the visuals seamless. Mike Kruger and Rand Ruggieri, who you have not seen, but they've been at Census Bureau working with John to make sure the live stream, which is so critical, not just so people can watch, but that's our public documentation. That's our formal documentation. That's really important too. Oh, Rand is here. I didn't realize Rand. Oh, there he is. Awesome. Mike Morgan, Mike Monroe, and the video crew from the Census Bureau is going to be documenting a lot of this as well. So there's some other people. I know that we can't find every name and be perfect, but we do really appreciate everything that everybody did to make this happen.
Okay, and with that, we're going to move to just some brief concluding and closing remarks. And for that, I will start by deferring to Mark.
So I already gave my closing remarks, I think. So want to thank you all again for being here. Again, we know how valuable your time is, and you have a commitment from us that we will use your time efficiently going forward. So I think what you'll be hearing, we have to confer amongst ourselves, but in the next week or so, we'll be in touch about next steps. We have a lot of information to digest, and again, we have to do this crosshatch between kind of your skills, our needs, what the relative priorities are, where we can move the needle. So those will be really interesting conversations, but we will be in touch soon.
And of course, as has been said, but it bears repeating, what you're doing is helping all people, helping the strength of American businesses, and what we're doing here is actually going to touch a lot of people in a lot of ways to improve all of our abilities to make data-informed decisions and deliver on all of the diverse outcomes from all of our bureaus that, again, extend from the surface of the sun to the deepest depths of the ocean and to help America's competitiveness, right? This is some bold goals, but I'm deeply inspired by everything I've learned in the past couple of days. I love the action items. This is great, and I very much thank you again for being here. Want to close this out? Yo. Oh, yeah, I knew there was one more thing. All right. A shot coming in to, should I be ducking? What do you? Oh, okay. That's what you mean. Okay. So,
And one for the road. And we're getting the CDAC logo in the back? Yes. All right, last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
all right. Any other
And with
pictures?
that,
Jen?
the
Yeah.
inaugural meeting of the Commerce Data Advisory Council is adjourned.
Thank you. Travel safe.